Landis.
Yeah, we all received a letter, I believe, regarding lot coverage in R1, and my sense is that there's nothing in the ROI that would preclude having that conversation as red lines go. I don't see a need to amend. There was a request for explicit amendment, and I don't see any need to amend the draft of the ROI that's before us.
That's not the item we're on.
Yeah, the ROI is 8B.
We're on the 8B ROI.
We are.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's on the consent calendar.
I'm so sorry.
Leslie, it's on the consent calendar. Yeah.
Got it.
But I disagree with you, but I guess we can talk about it later.
So if I may, and staff is able to jump in if they'd like, and Mr. Mizukami may want to. On your ROI, there is actually a very limited proposal to make a change to the R1 standards for parcel coverage, and it is due to a typographical error that occurred as an update happened last year. So it's actually not on the ROI for a policy discussion about it. It's to actually correct a prior, essentially it got changed in January at council direction in January of 2020, and then unfortunately got inadvertently changed in September of 2020. What we're trying to do at this point is to fix that typographical error to go back to the council's intent as it was stated in January of 2020.
Sorry. So is that? So should we be talking about that now or not?
So that's a discussion for staff and the commission. I just wanted to clarify what the scope is of the ROI at this time.
Commissioner Lambert.
I completely understand that. But is it not possible to change the language of that CO amendment tonight? I mean, why
Commissioner Lambert, I believe if we are going to modify the ROI, we would need to take it off consent, and we would need to have a discussion and do a separate vote.
Okay, so basically the people who are asking, can I finish? Basically the people who are asking for this change have no recourse at this point.
Well, maybe, Commissioner, if I can kind of jump in there. So as Heidi had kind of mentioned, this is right now the item in the ROI is a clerical fix about the parcel coverage, and it's really just trying to fix an error that we've caught. But it's not intended to have a discussion on changing the standard itself, which would kind of be a standalone policy discussion regarding R1 standards. So perhaps if there is any interest in revising the council adopted R1 standards, this could be something that's directed to city council, perhaps, and then following maybe any council direction to reopen the standards, then planning staff can then take a look and see what the best approach to that discussion, considering, of course, the planning division work plan as well as our priorities as well. So again, this is kind of just a quick fix to add on to kind of the discussion, but as we know, the real focus for next month will be the housing element and all the changes to the document.
So basically can I talk again? We have no option to change the ZO amendment being proposed because it reflects what the council action was. And it's basically a typo that didn't include single stories in the code, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's really about more so all residences, whether or not you're single story
Right.
or two-story, can apply for if you're doing an addition. The parcel coverage is 55%. So that the clarification is that any existing residence.
So as I understand it, the public input on looking at that lot coverage cannot be on the table right now. Right?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Correct.
So then is it correct that in order for it to be corrected, either we as planning commissioners could put forward an amendment, or staff could submit an amendment to us for consideration, or the council could initiate an amendment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Steve
Yeah.
and Heidi?
Yeah. Yeah, and considering that this is something that council had recently adopted, if council was to give staff direction to kind of reopen the R1 standard discussion and perhaps maybe look at the standard and percentage again, then that would be something that we would then kind of consider with that direction from council.
But we can't even talk about it tonight, right?
So it's not
Correct,
on your
yes.
agenda. It's not on your agenda, and I just want to make clear that the zoning ordinance does allow for this commission to initiate ROIs. They generally are initiated through council direction, commission direction, or something that staff sees in the zoning ordinance that needs fixing. So usually staff doesn't just initiate a policy discussion like this when without council direction.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure that I am clear, because I think you said this and I might missed it, but what this letter from Danilo Bach is asking for is a change in the R1 standards that we adopted. It is not a typo. They're not asking to correct a typo. Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
So I think we have a motion that was made by Commissioner Fonda Bernardi and a second, Commissioner Vice Chair Reed.
So just for clarity's sake, I also received an email about some development standards, which I forwarded on to staff and is in the public record. Staff, I think this falls into the ROI under like number 4B, where it talks about revised development standards or incentives for housing projects over commercial development. And this had to do with kind of ground to floor ceiling heights. It had to do with the relationship of the ground floor to the sidewalk, and I think building footprint issues. Do you think that fits into that box, just to create appropriate expectations?
Yeah, the way the ROI is set up, that would encompass that and allow for the commission and staff to take a look at those standards for revisions.
Perfect, thank you.
Sandra.
So just to clarify for folks who are watching, because we're being clear, and I want to make sure I understand this correctly as well. We're correcting some typos, but by and large, the purpose of these ROIs is for us to move forward with our work on the housing element. We're not opening up new conversations that are not directly tied to the policies and programs that are in our draft housing element. So it may be that at some point we're going to come back, staff is going to bring us another ROI because something has opened up separately, but my understanding is that the reason we are voting tonight, and Commissioner Raskin alluded to this, that we're not doing the redlining tonight, we're going to do the work, we're going to do the hard work in the months to come, but that the broad picture here is that this, like the EIR later in the agenda, this is part of the work that we have to do to make the housing element a reality in the coming months. Is that correct? We're not opening up like all this broad conversation about how to fix things all over the city. This is focused on the housing element. Yes,
that's a good point. Yeah, correct. And again, this was just kind of an opportunity to fix a clerical error. So it's a really small add-on to kind of the larger scope. And we kind of figured, since we are going to be revising the zoning ordinance, this is just, even though it is separate and a different topic, but it's just something that's just a clerical thing that we can easily fix, because that does impact how people are looking at the code. Currently, right now, we're of course making clarifications to that to let them know what the correct number is and how that's working. But also just to also clarify, so the August 18th meeting is staff is going to be bringing to the commission concepts of the areas that we will start to redline. So I just wanted to kind of clarify a little bit that we won't be necessarily bringing redline edits to the 18th. Of course, that will become in part in the meetings that will come back in September. but the first few meetings will be conceptual areas that we're going to be looking at, which will then lead up to kind of more of the red line definitive changes later.
Okay, and if I may, have you looked at I don't remember, this goes back to maybe Mario's time chairing, bucket 2.5 or bucket 3. Have you looked at the old buckets to just see if there's anything in there that is relevant to the work that we're doing related to the housing element, so that if we can pick up those pieces, we can fix them along the way?
Yeah, I think let's see here. Maybe Heidi might have some thoughts on kind of previous buckets.
Yeah, well, but also, sorry, I want to interrupt here. I mean, what's in the ROI was what was essentially adopted by council. So I don't think it's appropriate for us to be like going back and changing that after we've gotten that direction.
No, I'm not suggesting that we're changing it. I'm saying it's written so broadly that when we are going to get the red lines off this ROI, it would be helpful. There's a list in these buckets of very specific issues, some of which have to do with matters that may be covered by this ROI. So what I'm asking is staff just taking a couple of minutes when it goes to start preparing the concepts when the team goes back to start preparing the concepts for the red lines, just to double check on those buckets to see if there's anything in there that we can capture, because that came off the DCP and a couple of other. I'm not asking to amend the ROI.
Yeah,
I'm asking to make sure that
appropriately, like instruction or asking them to do that in the future, because that's when they're going to do the red line.
Okay.
Lisa, I have one more question.
Yes.
This is quick. When we talk about the amendment of the AHPP as necessary, do we include the entire program, including the inclusionary requirements for 4 to 10 units? So normally when you talk about.
I think that's also within the scope of the next time when they come back to us, right? When they say, here's what we think needs to change in the AHPP.
That's important. Thank you.
Okay, can we have a vote for the consent calendar for items 8A and 8B, moved by Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, seconded by Commissioner Fresco?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco.
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert.
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Reese.
Yes.
Chair Pastor.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item 8C, which is 1640 14th Street. This is development review permit, conditional use permit, setting tentative tract map.
Chair, I see Jim before me, but I'll defer to Vice Chair Reese.
Yeah, so look, I need to recuse myself from this case.
Oh, wait, Jim, sorry, this is on the previous thing, because, Chair, you had said, please give direction to staff after we vote, so now I'm going to make the formal request of staff that after we vote, that when they come back to us with red lines, that they take a look at the buckets to see if there's an opportunity to do extra cleanup.
Gotcha, thank you.
Consistent with ROI we just adopted. Thank you.
And Commissioner Lambert, did you have any direction you'd like to provide while we're here? Thank you, Commissioner. Oh,
no, I mean, back to Jim's point about how looking at an R1 amendment could actually be consistent with what we're doing in terms of housing production. I would want them to look at that as well.
Anything else on the consent calendar before we move on? Okay, moving on to 8C, Commissioner Reese.
I need to recuse myself. My wife is the office director of this architectural firm and a shareholder in the firm. So for that reason, I am going to step away from this case, and I will mute myself and turn off my video. You guys can call me when you're ready for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Reese. Are there any ex partes to disclose? Let's start with Commissioner Fresco.
I had a a video conference meeting with the applicant on Tuesday at 1 o'clock for about half an hour. It was pretty quick.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, last Friday, I also had a half-hour video conference meeting with the applicant's team and their attorney.
Commissioner Landros.
Yep, on Friday, July 29th, I had a meeting with the applicant, their attorney, their architects, their project management, CJ Laffer, Laura Durgis, John Frayne, Matthew Austin, and Quentin Montree.
Thank you. Commissioner Lambert, anything?
I had a meeting with the development team, which we both agreed wasn't necessary, so we canceled it.
Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi, anything to report? Okay. I had a phone call on August 2nd at 4 p.m. for approximately 30 minutes. It was a video call with the development team, CJ Laffer, Laura Durgis, John Frayne, Quentin Montree, and Matthew Austin. I'm sorry for butchering all of your names. We talked about the design of the project, and you walked me through the architecture. I had probably a 5-minute phone call conversation today with CJ Laffer about revisions to one of the conditions. So given that this item was supposed to be on consent, would the commission agree to waive the staff report and the applicant presentation, frankly, with the exception of if they want to come and make a presentation about a revision to a condition?
Yes. Yes.
So let's do that. And I have actually what I think he's going to request up on my screen. Well, no, CJ, why don't you come up, or whoever's going to. And if you don't have it on your screen, I can bring it up on my screen.
Actually, Chair Pastor?
Yeah.
Hi, this is Roxanne. We're going to start, and I apologize for the strange order of this item. Staff is pulling this item. Originally, we requested to pull this off consent solely for the purpose of clarifying a couple of the statement of official action notations to correct an effective date and a couple of typographical errors. We would like to use our time just to present that. We will agree and waive the rest of the overall staff report, although we do have information if anyone needs it. To Rather, who will show the staff recommended changes to the statement of official action. I understand the applicant has another item they would like to present as part of their presentation, and we'll have some follow-up on that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Roxanne. So Rather, do you want to give us a short presentation?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Pastor, and congratulations, and good evening, commissioners. Yeah, I will just take a moment of your time just to go over some of the edits that we wanted to alert you to, and they are all in the stores, the draft stores that you have in your packet. And first and foremost is correction to the effective and expiration date on page 2. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. Yes, so the first correction would be on page 2, which relates to the effective and expiration date. The changes from August 29th to August 19th for both the DRP and the CUP applications. And continue on condition number 8, page 8, condition number 3A. We're simply adding the word one or more. That was missing. Condition 4. Adding 2 words as applicable to the end of the sentence. And page 10, delete condition number 12 as that is a duplication of condition number 9. Page 12, condition number 21, striking out building permit, replacing it with certificate of occupancy. And then page 13, condition number 29, removing the word the, adding in place instead the word any required front or street side yard setback areas. And page 17, for condition number 23, removing all, adding any. And then finally, on page 24, condition number 82, striking out the last statement from that condition altogether. So staff will bring a clean version for chairperson signature, and also the numbering scheme will change due to the deletion of one of the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rather. Commissioners, any questions on the proposed revisions to the draft STOA? And staff, thank you for having those red lines up on the screen. That's super helpful. Commissioner Landros.
Just to clarify, just to state for the record, do we know that the applicant is comfortable with these revisions? Because we were on consent with.
I was going to ask them when they came up next.
Okay.
Hi, CJ Laffer, Harding, Larmore, Kutcher, and Kozel on behalf of the applicant. Yes, all of the.
CJ,
oh, I'm sorry.
1 minute before you start. Okay. Does anybody else have questions or comments to staff before CJ gives his presentation? Okay, CJ, let's do it.
Okay, I wanted to first respond to Commissioner Landris, and thank you, commissioners. Good evening. Yes, all of the conditions that Rather went through are conditions that we've been in discussion with staff and agree to. So appreciate staff's both diligence on working with us on the project and obviously support for the project, and ask the Commission to approve the project consistent with the staff recommendation. There was one last condition that I wanted to raise that I think could be improved for purposes of clarification. Had we stayed on consent, then I probably wouldn't have necessarily raised it. But since we were making some cleanup changes here, I thought this may be a good opportunity. And that was condition number 84, which addresses the undergrounding of utilities. And principally, in working and discussing this with Rather and staff, my understanding that the intent of this condition is to comply with Municipal Code 7.04820, which is something obviously the client intends to comply with. But there was some ambiguity in the condition that we thought could be cleaned up, in particular in the area of there are utilities, overhead utilities adjoining the site on both sides, on 14th Street and on Euclid, some of which don't serve the property at all. They simply pass by, and likewise, we've been in communication with Edison in terms of the utility planning, and it may turn out that Edison won't require or even desire undergrounding of utilities based on site conditions. And so the proposed revision that I discussed with staff, presented to staff, and that I sent to Elisa earlier today, simply clarifies an intent to comply with the code provision that staff cited as the source of condition number 84, and limiting it to that.
CJ, do you have the text of that just there?
Sure, so I can pull that up now. Elisa, can you see that on the screen?
Yeah, we can see that.
Okay.
I'm going to give everyone a chance to read it.
Can it be read into the record?
Okay, so the condition would read, prior to the submittal of plan check application, make arrangements with all affected utility companies and indicate points of connection for all services of the site plan drawing. The project shall be subject to the requirements of Santa Monica Municipal Code, section 7.04.820, concerning utilities serving the project, including any applicable requirements for applicants to pay for undergrounding of any overhead utilities within and along the development frontages or for existing and proposed overhead utilities serving the project to be relocated underground. discussion? Laffer? Okay, so let's, thank you, CJ. Let's go back to staff. Staff, can you give us your thoughts on this condition modification?
Thank you, Chair
Hi,
Pastor.
everyone. Oh, go ahead, rather.
No, go ahead. Go
Please.
ahead, Roxanne. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for giving us a moment here to respond to the proposed language on this condition. I would say this item was brought to us extremely late in the afternoon today, and so we have been, and I think rather for working closely with Public Works up until the last 4 minutes to get a read and clarification on this language and make sure that our colleagues who really have purview over this issue are aware of the changes and agree to it. Based on our consultation with Public Works, this language is acceptable. We have talked through the overall approach on it and what the revisions suggest. And so staff is in agreement that this condition would be incorporated into the STOA. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne, and thanks rather for working at the last minute to make this happen, and for thanks to Public Works. Okay, so with that, I'd like to close the public hearing. Do I have a motion? Commissioner Landris.
Yes, I want to say two things, and I'll conclude with a motion to move the project. I wouldn't have said this if we weren't on consent. I think we can, DJ, you can probably turn off your camera. But I think I wouldn't have said this if we weren't on consent, but there are two things about this project that I particularly like that I want to call out. One is that the design I found very responsive to the park across the street. It's in very much in communication with that open space, and I think for a commercial project, that's relatively unusual for us, and I would love to see more projects that are as context sensitive, particularly to the park, as this one is. And the second thing, because it came up, for instance, at the Vons project the other month, I want the design of this project is also extremely responsive to the fact that it sits on one of the most important bike lanes, north-south bike lanes in the city. It makes it very easy for someone who is biking to pull off the road and go into the site and use the open space or use what will be a cafe or a or a restaurant there. And I really want to commend the designers, and for anybody who's considering future commercial projects, really want to encourage them to look at that creative use of space and appropriate bike access and bike parking to encourage people who are going by to make use of that space. So with that, I'll move the DR and the STOA as amended by staff and at the request of the applicant.
I want to second that.
Okay.
Chair Pastor, before you take the roll call, I just wanted to say that condition number 84, due to the renumbering, will become condition 83 in the STOA.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Fresco, did you have some comments you wanted to add?
I just wanted to add that I think this is an unusually attractive project, and I wanted to thank the design team because it is really a beautiful building for, especially in such a mid-block location. So thank you.
I agree. I really think the design of this project is really exceptional, and I'm super excited about it. Okay, so because we had to change the STOA, we actually need two motions. So to be clear, was that a motion to approve the project?
Sure, it was a motion to approve the project.
Okay, so can we get a roll call vote for that?
Yes, motion to approve the DR CUP investing tentative map. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco.
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert.
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin.
Yes.
Chair Pastor.
Yes. Okay, can I get a motion to for the STOA, please?
So moved.
Second.
And just to be clear, is the motion and the second
The motion
for the SOA as amended
by staff and at the applicant's request with the and as amended and renumbered by staff and at the applicant's request.
Thank you, Commissioner Lambert. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
Chair Pastor.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioners. With that, let's call back Commissioner Reese. Okay, so for the record, Commissioner Reese has rejoined us. There are no items for public hearing for number 9, so we're going to move on to item 10, which is discussion. 10A, this is discussion and possible recommendation to City Council regarding the 3rd Street Promenade Stabilization and Economic Vitality Plan. We have Downtown Santa Monica here to give us a presentation. Who will be presenting for Downtown Santa Monica?
Chair Pastor, I'll begin.
Hello, Mr. Snell. You may begin.
Congratulations on your new position, too.
Thank
Chair
you.
Pastor and Honorable Planning Commissioners, my name is Barry Snell, and I'm Chair of the Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. It's with great pleasure.
Mr. Snell, can you speak up a little bit?
Let me see if I can. Can you hear me a little bit better now? That a little bit better? Not really? Let's see if I can get a little closer. Can you hear me now?
Project with your booming voice.
Okay. Okay, let me try to be a little louder. It's with great pleasure, with great pride that on behalf of the Board of Directors, we present the 3rd Street Promenade Stabilization and Economic Vitality Plan. Over the last 20 months, DTSM has been very busy addressing the present needs of the responding to the civil unrest and the COVID-19 pandemic as it relates to our community and businesses. But we've also had our eye on the future. 3 years ago, our board began work on Promenade 3.0, a plan to respond to fundamental changes in the retail environment and to tackle much needed capital improvements to our beloved Promenade after 30 years of consistent use. Promenade 3.0 led the way for significant modifications to our code. Some of these changes, like expanding uses and early permit processes for short-term tenants and use of public space, assisted us as we responded to the needs of our businesses. The signs that necessitated our vitality plan began years before the pandemic. As regional competition increased and economic gains momentum, inciting retail brands, large and small alike, to focus their efforts on dollars online rather than in store, worldwide quarantines put in place following an outbreak of the coronavirus only exacerbated brands moving out overnight, creating mass vacancies unlike any we have seen before. This, coupled with the number of people across our region experiencing homelessness and despair, multiplied exponentially during the pandemic. All while services provided by the city to address these problems were drastically reduced, severely impacting the downtown district. DTSM continued to step up. Last spring, we implemented the Downtown Santa Monica Safety Ambassador Program as a means to address unwanted behavior as quickly as possible. The team of certified security personnel is able to respond to calls for service quickly and within the skills needed to de-escalate a difficult situation. They also spend their days roaming the district to proactively meet with those experiencing homelessness in an effort to connect them with local services agencies who can provide them with the help they need. But despite these immense challenges, over the course of the last 6 months, using the latest research and input from a diverse group of stakeholders, we developed the Promenade Stabilization and Economic Vitality Plan. This guiding document identifies changes to land use and zoning regulations for the 3rd Street Promenade to enable more flexibility around the use of private space and reconsiders the regulations that limited private properties to traditional retail, dining, and office models. This is an effort to create a modern and equitable downtown, inclusive of experiential retail, live entertainment, nightlife, cultural offerings, small-scale manufacturing, housing, office space, and more. The proposed plan also calls for more rooftop bars and restaurants, underground hideaways that foster nightlife and give the downtown a layer of excitement and a sense of discovery, a new cultural and entertainment venue that could provide sought-after entertainment experiences not currently available west of the 405, and the possible creation of a new signature public space in the form of a town square that would host outdoor concerts, makers markets, and provide the community with a more open space to relax, interact, and build relationships. Promenade Vitality Plan, which we are sharing with you today, was created to guide us through our recovery and to provide us with a vital who needed to emerge better than ever, creating a meaningful space full of life that our residents can use and be proud of. We have a lot of work to do, but we cannot do it alone. We know that the 3rd Street Promenade is as important to you as it is to us. And we ask for not just your input on this plan, but also your commitment to maintaining the core services the city provides to create a clean and safe downtown. We would not be fulfilling our promise to our residents and businesses if we did not implore you to reinstate the promenade maintenance and public safety services at the highest level required to take care of the place that welcomes millions of people every year. We request that you do everything within your purview to help us turn the tide. Together we can resurface from the pandemic happy, healthy, and a bright future ahead. With that, I thank you and for your continued partnership and support in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snell. Is there going to be anyone else from DTSM speaking, or?
Yes.
Chair Pastor, so this is David. I'm going to go next, and then there's a few more speakers after me. So if I could just jump in and offer. Pardon?
I was telling Mr. Snell he can turn off his camera if you want.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'd like to just add a little bit of perspective from the city on this. So the this Vitality Plan has been a important partnership with DTSM and the city. The city is very grateful to DTSM for the work that has been done, for them bringing on MIG as a consultant, for forming the committee. We also very much appreciate the fact that we were included in this process. So Anuj Gupta, our deputy city manager, sat with the committee as they worked through the process, as did I. And that participation, I think, was very important, and again, much appreciated. As Chair Snell mentioned, this process really builds on previous efforts, such as the Promenade 3.0, and even going back to the Downtown Community Plan. And while the Promenade 3.0 was a larger effort that included, physical upgrades that would have cost a lot of money and taken time to implement. What's really great about this plan is that it's focused on measures that we can take either immediately, as in August 24th when we go to council, so very quickly, and then other things that will take longer, and we'll get into more detail later in the presentation on what those are. But these are things that we really will see action on very quickly. And those changes can help facilitate the revitalization of the promenade and attract some of the types of tenants that DTSM has been hearing have been looking, but there's just these things in the code that prevent some of these things from moving forward. So plan really tries to address those issues. And finally, I'll just add, of course, this work is critically important for the long-term success of the promenade. And the promenade, not only the living room and heart of our community, but also just a vital economic engine And, the success of the promenade over the years and its ongoing continued success is really part of what allows the city to provide services and the high level of amenities that we're able to provide. So, there's, the promenade, again, it's such a critical and important piece of Santa Monica, and we're excited about what this plan brings to the process and helps along the way of making it as good as it can be. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kathleen Rawson, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, David. Welcome, Ms. Rawson.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. Congratulations, Chair Pastor, on your appointment as chair, and thank you, Commissioner Landris, for your amazing leadership. So I just can't be more proud of this work. As all, the last 20 months have been grueling. Let's make no mistake about it. And I have to say that through it all, I'm just so heartened by the fact that our board took $240,000 out of our reserves at a time when our budget was cut by 30% and understood the importance of this work at this time. Now, doing a planning process during a worldwide pandemic, some may say that we were absolutely insane. Some would say that we were brilliant. I think it might have been a combination of both, because it was not easy to do this kind of a public process on Zoom to start with. But in the end, I think that we have an amazing plan to show you. And while not everything is perfect, it's a very solid start. But I also want to just take a moment. Without Lane Dilg's leadership on the city side, this also wouldn't have gotten the attention that was necessary to be true partners, and to have Anuj and David sit around the table with our advisory team was absolutely crucial. I want to thank MIG, Chris Bainan, who will be doing the presentation and giving you the overview tonight, as well as his partner, Kate Jonkus and CJ Davis, for all of the work that they did. Again, David and Anuj and the entire Downtown Santa Monica team, but a huge shout out to Downtown Santa Monica's Deputy Director, Stephen Welliver, who just really, that guy can really pull it off, and he did. Just to tell you, the process has been very extensive. Our chair told you a bit about it, but I do want to reiterate that we used the baselines that were established in Promenade 3.0, because that was a very recent piece of work. Specifically, the Gale Public Space Public Life Study was taken into consideration, as well as the intercept surveys that were done at that time. And you might even recall that we did a pop-up storefront and received hundreds of comments during the holiday season from consumers about what they wanted to see in the next iteration of the promenade. So we used all of that. Our vitality plan, this version, our vitality plan included a significant number of one-on-one interviews, focus groups with promenade property owners and brokers, business owners, city staff. We did walking tours, competitive set market research, and a public town hall. And you may recall we did a city council study session early as well for their preliminary feedback. Oh, I forgot to mention Street Sense, who was also a key partner with MIG in creating a lot of insight on the retail side and in our competitive marketplace. We also hosted a project website, and we received a lot of comments from people who were, well, both at the focus groups and the meetings, but also beyond that. So this information was compiled and presented to the project advisory group, who we must give our immense thanks to for their time and expertise. We had 3 promenade property owners, Robert Resnick, Bill Tucker, and Stanley Eisman, hotelier Nico Rusconi, architect Julie Eisenberg, and marketing and branding expert Veronica Glazer, who all participated. As David said, David, Anuj, Stephen, and I were also in the room for all of these meetings. So what you see tonight is a culmination of all this work. We have to do something to recapture our market share. We need to become more relevant to the local and regional community, and we have to embrace and showcase our true, authentic selves. So we're striving to be more diverse, inclusive, and vibrant, understanding today's retail market. We thank you so much for your attention. We look forward to your feedback on our roadmap for the future. And with that, I will let Chris Bainan from MIG go through the overview of the plan. David Martin will go through the regulatory recommendations, and then the entire team is here for thoughts and questions and answers. So thank you so much for your attention. It's great to see you. Oh, and get vaxxed.
Thank you, Kathleen, and good evening, commissioners. Again, Chris Bainan with MIG. I'm Principal and Chief Development Officer for the firm. We are urban designers, downtown strategists, and we work with many organizations across the country, such as Downtown Santa Monica, for revitalization strategies, recovery strategies, certainly during these times. And we have been very privileged and honored to be a part of this effort. Again, I'm joined by my colleague, Kate Jonkis, also from MIG, who will be available later on in the discussion. I just want to mention Mr. Stell, Mr. Martin, and Ms. Rawson just gave a fantastic introduction and foreshadowing of some of the ideas and strategies that you will be seeing here this evening, as well as the process, the impetus behind everything. So I'm going to actually try to go through this presentation pretty quickly. It is the vision document itself, which I believe you all may have a copy of. I'm going to just walk everybody through I believe it's about 54 pages, but we'll make it pretty brisk. And then I will go ahead and pass the reins over back to David Martin. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. And can everybody see the screen? Can I get a verbal yes?
Yes.
All right, great. So yeah, without further introduction here, the deep extent to which this is a collaborative effort of the public and private sectors, of the various consultant partners, of all the community members who came to the table, et cetera. This is really a collaborative effort to think about the future, and we're very fortunate to have been able to have so many voices during this time help craft what you are seeing now before you. So this is the table of contents. I'll be going through a bit of the background, the vision, and ultimately getting pretty quickly to the 8 key strategies that we have outlined. They're supported by other documentation, including the regulatory changes that David will be going through after I present here. So I think this was covered really well, that what is this plan? What is our story here? And importantly, the 3rd Street Promenade has served as that key economic generator, this gathering place, this sense of assets that we have here along the promenade that many other communities would just die for. They would love to have. We've got to build upon that. We realize that we have a crisis situation, that we need to ensure that we are moving forward in a way that is visionary and strong, meets the community desires, as well as meets what are the market demands of the future. So to that end, this 3rd Street Promenade Stabilization and Economic Viability Plan is focused, is strategic, it's action-oriented, and it's designed to help recapture the street's vibrancy and look toward a new era. And so, just to reiterate briefly here, I think it was covered very well by Mr. Snell, the importance of the promenade and its role in the downtown and to the greater community for the sales tax revenue, and for so many things that are related to the economic recovery strategy that we need to have. But this is a plan that looks out next 6 months, year, 2 years, but also toward 10 years from now. And we have some very acute issues, whether that's with respect to homelessness and public safety, whether it's respect to about 40% of the promenade storefronts are vacant right now. Nobody is sweeping these under the rug in any way, but we are grabbing the ideas by the tail, if you will, here, and grounding that with some very strong understanding of the market, of the regional marketplace, of retail trends across the country, and focusing all of this forward toward this stabilization and economic vitality strategy. So, we had an amazing process that Ms. Rawson talked about with all the different community activities. One of the great things was the project advisory committee that we had. They were strong voices. They were critical voices. We had lots of, knockdown, drag out discussions because everybody cared so much about getting this right and getting this to a place where we could make changes in the retail environment, that we're looking at the building ownership as well as the promenade, the public realm itself, and that we're looking at the overall context of the community. And so speaking of that context, one of the things that's I think is critical to understand, and one of the analyses that we did along with our partners StreetSense, was to understand what is the true market position, and that we do have, we do have a diminished 3rd Street Promenade, as far as its uniqueness and appeal. We looked back about 30 years ago when the promenade formed into its current state. And if you look at this, very touchy screen here. If you look at the matrix that we have here, and I just want to cover this briefly, this 4-point matrix of intimate and understated, unique and special, bustling and active, mass market and generic. About 30 years ago, you would have placed the 3rd Street Promenade probably over in this area. The purple bar would have been kind of in the unique and special and bustling and active. But over time, that has migrated. It's shifted with respect to retail trends, national chains, others who have come in. And so it is now in a state where we would say that we're more in, and this is through our professional opinion and the analysis of all of these different competitor shopping centers and other neighborhood districts, that the promenade has become somewhat mass market and generic while it remains bustling and active. But we believe that there is an opportunity, as you see on the right hand side here, to bring something that is unique, and that there is a vibe that is more special and that will differentiate further within the marketplace moving forward in the years and decades ahead. One other thing to note, 30 years ago, the number of oblong bars that you see here was really more in the half a dozen range. And so the overall competition in the adjacent markets, the sub-markets, semi-regional, and then broader across the whole LA basin, as you see in the legend there, has really become much more saturated. There's a lot more competition out there, as we know. And so the need to differentiate and create something truly unique and special is critical. And that's where we landed at with respect to the vision. We heard from so many people that our unique location, our history, our culture, our spirit of who we are is a critical basis. And you can't recreate this. You can't take the geography or you can't supplant the geography, pick it up and move it elsewhere to the San Fernando Valley or further in. We are a beach town. We have a true downtown grid environment. We have this multi-party ownership that has its pros and its cons, but one of the pros is it brings an organic nature to the area that is not something you see in a single ownership mall. And so leveraging from that and looking at our current state, we went ahead and forged a vision together that said, hands down, the 3rd Street Promenade should be LA's best pedestrian street and beachside experience. And so we crafted a number of different vision points around that so that we knew where we were going as we crafted each of the specific strategies, ranging from being truly authentic and welcoming to a place that is truly loved and cherished by locals. That's one thing in so many of our surveys and discussions over and over. We heard that locals simply weren't coming down to the promenade in the ways they used to 10 or even 5 years ago. And we have to recapture that. We have to recapture their dollars. That we have to balance that with all of the community needs and balance that with trying to attract tourists from around the region as well as points from outside the state and outside the country. We all know that the 3rd Street Promenade is that sort of destination. But first and foremost, if it's not loved by locals, it's not going to be loved to a greater degree by anybody else coming in. So we started off with this vision here, that one that is more vibrant, more active, more surprising, a little edgy, if you will, and something that's truly unique within the region. So starting from there, and I'll pick up the pace here, we went ahead and developed.
We do have a number of other items on our agenda tonight, so if you could kind of move through it, we'd really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Sorry about that. Yeah.
That's okay. I love it.
Okay. Well, I love it too. You can tell my enthusiasm, but we're going to go ahead and go through the rest of this pretty quickly. We developed 8 top strategies that you see here. And the first is creating an exciting new vibe along the street. This relates to all of the things that Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. is doing in stewarding the 3rd Street Promenade, ensuring that there are physical improvements that attract shoppers, diners, strollers, and creating a new sense of buzz. What's going on down there? I hear things are cool. I hear it feels clean. Hey, there's programming. There are things going on along the street that is different every time I go down. That sort of vibe is critical. So there are a number of different actions in there that we have created, and then there's more detailed information with respect to what would be a short, medium, or long-term, who are the partnerships within there, how do we get funding for certain activities. All of that is a part of the underpinnings of this plan. The second strategy is to support and integrate new types of businesses and uses. So as we look at the promenade and the public realm itself, the private realm, and looking at who is going to be or should be or can be in those spaces along the street, and creating a modern mix of exciting shops, restaurants, and services, allowing things to come in a more intense fashion, such as housing, office, and hospitality, while ensuring that that ground floor environment still responds in a way that supports that shopping, strolling, dining experience. That is critical. Those are things that, of course, come across your transom as a planning commission, but we need to be able to bring in new types of businesses and uses, and a really more of a mix of those things beyond this retail environment to ensure a vibrant future. So a number of different strategies within there, as you can see, and that you've probably read along the way. Number 3 is to ensure a clean, safe, and welcoming environment, reducing safety concerns while adding beauty and inspiration. All of this is done in a very good way by Kathleen and her staff. We want to continue to support that. So we have a really nice, beautiful environment that is maintained, and that everybody, no matter whom you are, you feel welcome, secure. This is a place for you to have a great experience. Along with that is mixing it up with promoting art, music, and play everywhere. Sides of buildings, part of programming, temporary art, more permanent installations, new expressions, things that are, lack of a better term, a little messier. It doesn't have to be manicured. It can be things that contribute to the stimulating mix, building upon the great arts of LA and all of the events and activities that can take place, music, busking, those things that create a vibrant street experience. So art, music, and play are critical. This was talked about briefly earlier, but developing a unique cultural center for Santa Monica, one that brings together a one-of-a-kind type mashup, if you will, of creative arts, performance, music, community events. This idea is not about having a concert hall along the promenade. There are a few different places there where we think something could come together that really awakens our creative spirits and promotes cross-cultural understanding through a unique blend of art education and dance and performance and community gatherings day and night. It's an idea that's germinated. We started to look at one potential site, and this is one of a few. We don't know where the AMC Theater will be going. We don't know where theaters will be going, but this may be a possibility, and we put it in a kind of geographic form so we could at least envision it and see that we have a potential site here. What if it could become something where you use the building itself, you change up the facades, you mix up things inside the building, and you create a cultural center. That relates also to establishing a town square at 3rd and Arizona, and ensuring that this could be a place where right now we close it down, right, for the farmers market. Well, what if we could do it in a more pilot fashion where we're doing it on certain evenings or whole weeks or whole weekends during the summer, and we're able to use this strategic crossroads as a place where you can hold bigger events. You could have dance parties. You could have, concert activities, or a larger type of art show that comes for a certain number of days. So building upon what we're doing right now with the farmers market, for example, but hosting these different types of activities. So you see here on the left side, just a vision. This is not design. It's not architecture. It's just an idea. What if we had something that is a vibrant Santa Monica cultural center of different things coming together, celebrating who we are? And then we look at that environment next to it, and we're able to hold these types of events and activities at a, quote, town square. Near term, maybe there's flexibility around that. We put bollards up along Arizona, and we move them up and down. Ultimately, maybe it's a permanent thing that occurs and links together the segments along this key stretch of downtown. Just 2 more left. Creating rooftop hangouts and underground hideaways. We think, yes, the horizontal is important, but the vertical also, being able to support through changes in code and ensuring and working with business and property owners to foster fabulous rooftop dining and cool underground venues, comedy, jazz, overlooking and getting the great view, incredible world-class views of the mountains, of the ocean. These are things we think are absolutely unique to downtown Santa Monica that we should be leveraging more. And then finally, cultivating hidden gems. And it's related, but really, coming back down from the roof or up from the basement and going out from the promenade, all the places we go to that are really fun to explore and are not just a linear thing. I go from here to here, I get in my car, I leave. But no, there are lots of different places to explore, activities, cut-throughs. We believe that the public alleys and the passageways are places that can be for more discovery and that exploration and economic activity. So again, here's just an opportunity here on the Third Court Alley between Wilshire and Arizona, the existing condition. What if it could look like this, where we have uses turning onto the alleyway? We're creating a pedestrian passage that feels more safe and more active when you're walking from the parking structure in along the alley and then ultimately to the promenade itself. So we are moving forward. We believe that the time is now, and I will hand it over to David. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry if we went a little long there, but a lot of content in a short amount of time, hopefully.
Yeah. Thank you. David.
Thank you, Chris.
And
Thanks.
I will stop here.
Yes, so I'm going to read the regulatory recommendations. I'll move through this pretty quickly because we're anxious to get to your questions and discussion. But basically, there's really 2 buckets of items. One is the short-term recommendations that we will be taking to the City Council on August 24th. We will be introducing these as an amendment to the existing interim zoning ordinance. So what that means is that, assuming Council adopts these changes, they will go into effect immediately. So we can start to see some results from these very quickly. So number one, and actually if anybody wants to follow along, again, it's in the regulatory recommendations part of your packet. But the first item is adding new land uses to the land use table in the zoning ordinance. And we would make provisions to allow childcare and early education facilities along the promenade frontage. We would allow community assembly with alley frontage or on upper levels. So community assembly is things like community centers, banquet facilities. We would allow business services on alley frontages and on upper floors. And those include things like print shops, mailbox services, and other business-related services. We would remove the requirement that's currently in place that says that if you want to do a cinema over 99 seats, you need a conditional use permit. So we would just have that as a permitted use. They would no longer need to go through a CUP. We would allow small-scale facilities by right. So small-scale facilities refers to commercial and entertainment uses up to 5,000 square feet. Currently, those are allowed on the promenade, but they need a CUP. So we would remove the CUP requirement for that. We would allow medical and dental offices on the promenade frontage with a CUP. And we would allow general personal services on the promenade. So those include things like massage services and other types of personal services. So those would be allowed on the promenade. And then finally, we would also allow veterinarians with a minor use permit. So that's something that's not currently allowed on the promenade, but we would allow that with the minor use permit. So those are the changes to the land use chart. Additionally, we would reduce the minimum active ground floor depth requirement from 50 feet to 25 feet. So currently, you can have things like office on the ground floor, but they have to be at least 50 feet back. We would reduce that depth to 25 feet. And we think this is important because we hear a lot of concern about the size of the retail tenant spaces on the promenade. So allowing a building owner to have storefronts that are only 25 feet deep could provide an opportunity for smaller storefronts and more interesting uses. We would also permit direct access to upper floors and rear ground floor office uses off the promenade, from the promenade. So currently, you could have the offices in the rear of the building, like I said, you could have them upstairs. You can't access them from the promenade. So that's been a stumbling block for some developers and applicants who have tried to do that. So we would remove that requirement and allow the access. We would also exempt open air rooftop uses from FAR calculations. So currently, if somebody wanted to open a restaurant on the roof, even if it was going to be completely open air, that would, based on our definition, that would then count as FAR. And if the building is already exceeding its allowed FAR, they wouldn't be able to do it. So this would allow that to happen. So those are the things that would be part of the IZO that we take to council on August 20th. There are three more things that fall into this bucket that we will be looking at closely, but they don't require any code amendments. So one is to support the restoration of staff levels and the modernization of technology systems to improve permit processing time. So some of this was already accomplished with the adoption of the biennial budget, where the council approved 3 positions in the community development department to assist with permit processing, but we're by no means even close to our pre-COVID numbers. So there's continued support needed there. And then the second piece of that is the technology systems. So that process is also underway, but it needs, it's going to take ongoing effort and support for us to really update our permit processing and eliminate some of the issues that we currently have. Another idea is to designate promenade properties for priority permit processing. That's something that, with council direction, we can look into. I will say there's some concern about how we would do that and how we prioritize one district or one area over another when there's businesses all over town who are trying to move forward on projects, and prioritizing one particular area might be a challenge, but again, something we could look at. And then finally, to designate certain planners or people within building safety, perhaps, who are somewhat specialized or specialists on promenade issues. So if there's a way to route plan checks to those people who are most familiar with the promenade standards, that might be another way where we could expedite the permit processing. So those are things we'll look at. So those are the short-term recommendations. Getting into the medium-term recommendations, and I'll try to run through these really quickly. One idea is to maintain the promenade height standard of 60 feet, which I know through the DCP process that was very important to the commission and others about maintaining the scale of the promenade, but to perhaps look at increasing the FAR, because the current FAR, which is 2.75, doesn't really allow you it's even difficult to get to 60 feet. So we could look at the current height limit and see if there's a way to increase FAR. But again, that's something that will require more analysis and CEQA work, so that's why we're not bringing it forward immediately. Another one is to incentivize property owners to produce at least one tenant space of 2,500 square feet or less in exchange for either a density or housing bonus. So this gets back to the idea of identifying the types of uses we'd like to see and then offering some development incentive for those uses. This was successful in the early days in terms of the passageways. So buildings that provided passageways from the promenade to the alleys were able to get a development bonus. So looking at that kind of idea again. Going on to the next page. Another idea that we will look at is to consider development incentives to include affordable commercial space, and do that as a community benefit in exchange, again, for either a density or height bonus. We also will look at eliminating the 10,000 square foot development review permit threshold. Currently, any commercial project over 30,000 square feet, so up to 30,000 square feet, it's a development review permit, but if it's over 30,000 square feet, it's actually a development agreement. So it's very difficult to develop larger commercial projects on the promenade, or even 30,000 is not even that large. So really any kind of development of commercial projects on the promenade, if it's of any size at all, currently triggers a development agreement. So we would look into making projects up to a certain size administrative approvals. Allow construction of small rooftop structures not to exceed 750 square feet to support food and beverage services or restrooms. So in the first bucket, we said that we would exempt FAR on the rooftop if it's open for outdoor dining. This would allow a developer to build some structures that might be necessary, either back of house space or in restrooms or whatever was needed on top of a building, even if that building currently exceeded its FAR. And then develop a comprehensive creative sign overlay for the promenade. So, as other cities in the region have demonstrated, it's helpful to have like a creative sign ordinance where we could think of the promenade differently than we do other commercial streets and allow more creative signage. And another item would be to add new land uses, and this would be, of course, subject to further evaluation, but other uses that would help to absorb the retail space that is currently vacant. And this is in some ways a bigger issue than just the promenade, because we have so many mixed-use projects in the downtown, all of which are required to have ground floor retail space. As we see more and more of those developed, it's going to be, given the current state of retail, it's even more challenging to fill those spaces. Right now, I think we've added it up, and citywide, there's about 500,000 square feet of additional retail space coming in terms of what's already approved in our mixed-use projects. So we want to really kind of roll up our sleeves and get creative about what can be in those mixed-use buildings on the ground floor. Another idea is to create a self-certification program by which property owners and tenants can have minor tenant improvements certified by a licensed local professional. So that's obviously something we would need to work with our building officer on, but that's something we will look into with council direction. Also expand over-the-counter and same-day review to include categories for moderate tenant improvements. So all of these things intended to help move projects along more quickly. And then finally, to modify city resource recovery and recycling standards. One of the issues that pretty regularly comes up when there's any kind of remodel for a building is there's a conflict between the required trash areas and existing parking spaces and ADA access, and we get hung up on that quite a lot. So we want to spend some time to look at that issue, figure out how we can solve that on the city side and not have it be a burden for businesses as they're trying to go in and open their projects. So that concludes the list. Again, sorry, it's a long list, but these are all things that have come out of the process and things that we think can really make a big difference for tenants and projects that are looking to open on the promenade. So I think with that, we're all available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, David. So I think let's move on to questions for members of the Downtown Santa Monica team. Who has questions that they would like? Okay, so I see Commissioners Lambert, Landros, and Fresco. Let's start with Commissioner Fresco.
Oh, okay.
Unless you don't want to go first.
No. It's just you didn't say my name first. I was surprised. Well, just in terms of questions, things that I didn't quite understand. The idea of, I was really interested in the incentive program for affordable commercial, because we've talked about that. And I'll talk about some of the things I thought about what was proposed later. But my question is, when you're increasing density as an incentive, and then I see words like upper story infill and and allowing additions, is that a way to allow additions instead of reconstructing whole buildings as an incentive? Is that what that means, this term of upper story infill?
Well, so it could be either way. So it could be an addition to an existing building or a new building. When we talk about upper story infill, what we're getting at there is just the fact that we have a 60-foot height limit and a relatively low FAR. So if you build out that 2.75 FAR, your building is going to be likely much smaller as you get higher, and this might be a way to fill out that upper story area of the building a little bit more. Not to create a box by any means, but just to fill it in a little bit more than what the code currently allows.
Okay, that sounds interesting. Another thought I had for you, I just wanted to understand. I noticed in a few places there were references to staff and the need for more staffing and specialized staff and perhaps dedicated staff, which is a subject that you and I have talked about a great deal. And I was wondering if that idea in terms of the planning division in general is really a viable idea, and if we could actually prioritize or pave the way to prioritize service in certain areas if we had that kind of specialized staff in more areas in the planning division. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I certainly understand the question, and I think it's something we need to look into. And Heidi may want to chime in at some point on this because we've discussed it a little bit. But as you know, Nina, I'm sure, or Commissioner Fresco, there is a priority for landmark properties. So that is an example in the code where there is a incentive that the council adopted, for landmarks to, try to incentivize people to landmark their property. In exchange for that, they get this expedited or priority processing. So it has been done. Heidi and I discussed it. It feels a little bit more challenging when we're talking about the same type of permit process, across the city. So, someone opening a business on Main Street, same as on the promenade, it feels a little bit more challenging when you're prioritizing a geographic area. But it's something that we can definitely look into. We're very interested in the Commission's thoughts on that. And it's, again, something that we'll follow up on given council direction. Heidi, I don't know if you want to add anything to that or.
I'd like to just ask a follow-up question before Heidi chimes in, if that's okay. Because I guess what I was really asking is, I was trying not to bring up the landmarks program right away at the beginning of our conversation, but you did. And that priority expedited service for landmarks has been on the books since 1975, but it has not actually been practical to deliver that because the reality is housing is the real priority in the city, and that's always what gets expedited. So what I was really asking was, is there a different way of managing things so that these kinds of things that really deserve priority expediting can actually get them? Landmarks, promenade, housing, that if it was more compartmentalized, would that work better for those different areas? That was really what I was trying to ask.
Okay. It might. I think if Jing were here, I think what she would say is that, all the planners are trained in all the details and nuances of the code. So they would likely all be able to process application on the promenade with the same level of expertise. Having said that, I think sometimes it is beneficial for people to have a special focus on a certain area, and they come to know it better just because they work with it day in and day out. Whether or not we could do that with the current staffing level is something we'll look into. I mean, the bigger solution, the bigger answer, of course, is to improve our permit processing system overall so that everything moves forward more quickly. And that's a big task, but we do have the Moss Adams report working its way through the process. We are going back to the audit subcommittee later this month, and that's all about describing ways that the city can work together internally more efficiently and also with applicants, so that our permitting processing just gets better overall. So I think it's both, not either or.
Beautiful. My last question, which is sort of along the same vein, but I've been hearing a lot from various people who've been through Planning Commission and then reach out to various commissioners because they still don't have their permits, and just this terrible crisis that we're in seems to be a little bit in conflict with our desire to get our economic recovery moving again. And is there some value in us reaching out to council members, even as individual commissioners, as well as together with downtown Santa Monica, to ask if maybe there was a little shift in resources more to the planning division so we can get things going again and get more money for all of our departments by getting our economy going? Is that something that you think is realistic and would help?
It's always helpful and appreciated. I think the commission's position that you took on the budget items and supported the 3 positions that were specifically targeted for permit processing, those went through the budget pretty smoothly, so I'm sure the commission's advocacy for those helped. So it always helps to have you all weigh in and reach out to council members. I will say I think that the council is aware of the problem, so it's not that they don't know, but I still think it's always helpful to for the commission to advocate for those types of things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fausto.
That's it for now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you. First, I want to compliment everybody who worked on this. It's really a phenomenal piece of work, and I hope it works. So kudos to DTSM and their consultants and you, David. It's really a fine piece of work. My main issue over the past months with this and what we saw before is the affordability issue. When we talk about this being the living room for local residents, that includes poor people, and there are a lot of them in Santa Monica. And I don't see this plan addressing that. And although I see street vendors, food vendors as a great addition, when we first heard that this was in the offing, the city put a ban on fast food on the promenade with the understanding that when this came back, we would revisit that. And it seems that the revisiting is to make that ban permanent, and I'm not happy with that. I think they're, and I'm certainly not an advocate of fast food. I am an advocate of affordable food. And although I know that there are some facilities on the promenade, unless you want a pretzel hot dog for dinner, you really don't have many options. And the fact that national food chains, and I'm getting to, I want to know how you guys are addressing this. The point that national food chains screw up the rental market on the promenade is, in my opinion, ludicrous, because that's already happened. We had Banana Republic and J. Crew and Barnes & Noble. I mean, we brought in national chains for years, and they've had a major positive impact on the rents on the promenade. So to say that we can't do that for fast foods, I think is a little disingenuous. So I want to know exactly how we are making this an inclusive project to include all residents of Santa Monica who can go down there and get an affordable meal and affordable entertainment and not have to go to Second and Colorado to McDonald's for that. And I'm just, I don't want to shortchange this because it's a phenomenal piece of work, but I really kind of see this as a rich person's playground, and I'm not happy with that. And we have a lot of tourists who may be staying in a hostel or other affordable accommodations who also will need affordable, eating facilities and other entertainment. And that is totally not addressed in this plan efficiently. I don't see the word affordability is never mentioned. The word low income is never mentioned. And I want to know why and how you respond to that.
Hi, Commissioner Lambert. This is Chris Bain again, and maybe I'll start with a few of the items, and then perhaps Kathleen or somebody else may want to also chime in. At the first and foremost, absolutely, the promenade can and should be for everyone, and there is no intent of this plan to make it a playground for the affluent in any way. And from, creating smaller spaces, so entrepreneurial, people can get into smaller retail venues and have programs I think Kathleen can talk about later with respect to incubators, pop-ups for small business owners, small and minority and women business-owned businesses. That is certainly a big part of what we want to bring forward with this plan. With respect to the fast food side of things, I would say personally, yeah, this plan advocates for maintaining the existing IZO, or the existing interim IZO rather. And there's reasons for that, and I think they're several-fold. One is, in my opinion, I think the opinion of this plan, it's not necessarily an improvement in equity to offer lower-income consumers lower quality and less healthy food at a lower price point. That is not, and truthfully, that's, I don't think offering more fast food necessarily is the means to the end that we would like to see. And I think certainly your point is well taken about, that there are national chains already along the promenade. And there are a few national outlets that are food related along the promenade. But the more of that you get into the mix, it's a different tone that is set. So, I think you're at a critical point right now. Fast food corporations are certainly well capitalized to take advantage of downturns in rents and to establish themselves in a stronger and very lasting way that is something, in my opinion, and certainly in analysis, fast food capitalizes on existing pedestrian volumes, but it doesn't draw in new people and new mixes of things that we're talking about. So there's a complexity there, and I see you shaking your head, and we can agree to disagree, but I believe food carts, smaller vendors with healthier food in a more nimble way with local entrepreneurs, not national chains that are coming in, or greater national chains, because again, there are some existing right now. I think that is the balance you would want to achieve in the mix to address the affordable food options that you are expressing concern for, which I share.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's appropriate for this body to be doing social engineering and telling people what they can eat and drink? I mean, do you think it's appropriate that we actually say you can only have a healthy meal? I mean, I hardly consider a pretzel with a hot dog a healthy meal, and it's already there.
I'm not. It's not for me to answer the question of what the role of the body is. Sorry.
Kathleen, do you have something you want to say?
Yeah, I would just say that I think that one of the key drivers here for us, Commissioner Lambert, is the uniqueness piece. And remember that, just to refresh your memory, the IZO currently allows fast food as it's defined, but with 150 domestic outlets or less. So that means we're not saying that fast food can't be here. We're just saying that we don't want the standard fast food, and that there are opportunities for smaller, more unique fast food operators to come in. So as we drive, there's very few things that we can control on the promenade in the private space other than land use and so forth. Each of these, we have no ability to fund a loss leader. So we really have to look at those deep pockets, as Chris mentioned. When we spoke earlier about this, it was really about, Taco Bell Cantina and Chick-fil-A will come in and they have no qualms with paying absolute top dollar for a 10-year lease plus 5+5. And so anyway, I think the drive here is uniqueness and to manage it as much as we can. I don't think that any of us would say that. I mean, we welcome all people all the time. We're known for that. We care about all people. That's why we have public space. And then our vendors that are coming in, the night markets, the different food opportunities that will be in that Chris talked about with our town square concept will actually be starting this calendar year. So we're excited to see how that will how that will impact it as well. So it may not be exactly the answer you're looking for, Commissioner, but that I just wanted to add those bits.
I have one final question. You and I discussed today the possibility of allowing fast foods in the food courts. Do you think that would be a workable solution?
Yeah, I mean, I'd still love to see it, 150 venues or less, just because, again, I don't think, just like I don't think, you know, a national telephone retailer adds, nobody's coming to the Promenade to have that experience. I also don't think anybody's coming to the Promenade to have, you know, a Jack in the Box. So we're looking, if, you know, it's a unique food use, like currently we have Bruxy, BB Bop, that's on the 3rd Street Promenade. Both of those would be allowed under the IZO because they have less than 150 outlets. So just suggesting that there may be a compromise of the two, both still are allowing, you know, lower price point for consumers.
Thank you.
And if I could just add, Commissioner Lambert, I appreciate your comment, and I constantly are, I believe our board is very sensitive to the issues of bringing in as many minority-type differential ventures as possible. I would love to see a barbecue restaurant on our promenade. I would love to see a fast food Caribbean restaurant on our promenade. So the diversity issue and the inclusive issue is one that our board is incredibly sensitive to, understanding the type of housing needs that we've been talking about in our downtown with the parking lot issue, with the parking lot getting ready to come down. We understand the type of mix that needs to be there, and we have a board that, and I will say to you, you have a chairman that is very sensitive to that and will continue to talk about inclusiveness from all parts of our community.
Do you really think that this type of facilities you're talking about can afford the rents on the promenade?
You know what? I believe market conditions will control that to some extent. We're seeing it already. Our 3rd Street Promenade rents have been overrated, very high for a long period of time. And so there's going to have to be a compromise and adjustment and a reinvestment from our property owners in addition to our community. And that's, I can tell you that I have a board that knows that, and we talk about that incessantly. And so I do believe that it can happen, and we can find that constant mix of medium where the small business entrepreneur or innovative entrepreneur can thrive in our community. So I hear you, and I will be sensitive and bring that information back to our board.
Thank you.
Commissioner Landrieu.
Thank you. So I have a few questions, but I want to frame them first. So first, to everyone, to Kathleen and to David, thank you for helping me keep my promise that I made to this commission back in January when we had or December when we had the fast food ordinance issue before us. And the only way that I want to restate, the only way that got forwarded to the council with our endorsement was with the commitment there would be a serious conversation about equity and access, not just for the public, but for operators to the promenade. So thanks for, it's a little bit in your hands, but, we need to have that conversation. I am broadly persuaded in that conversation that giving spaces the flexibility to go much smaller, to have reduced store depths, will provide for different varieties of rent agreements and lease agreements that will open up access for vendors and food providers who are on different budgets. So, and that's on the operator side. And I hope we can't do price controls, right? I hope that by having that flexibility, that will lead to a degree of pricing variety on the promenade, right? Whether you're buying from a kiosk or you're buying from a 25-foot storefront or you're buying from a, 75-foot linear foot, big restaurant, right? Like those are the pieces that I think are going to help drive the variety. But I want to go a step higher and start by asking, and this is something that I've been thinking about, we have a lot of CUPs and MUPs in this city. We spend a lot of time listing what's allowed. And I'm wondering, and this is a much bigger question, whether we wouldn't be better off deciding on what we don't want and then basically making it much easier for people to do everything else. Are we going about this conversation the right way? And I'm curious to the DTSM team in particular, because you think a lot about how you curate what's going on the promenade. Is it easier for you to have a menu of things that are allowed and nothing else is allowed? Or very little else is allowed? Or is it easier for you to have a menu of things that are broadly allowed without a lot of process, and then the things that we don't want? So that's my first question. I think Santa Monica spends a lot of time making people get permits for stuff that we mostly want them to be able to do. So that's what I'm getting at here. And I'm going to come back to the envelope and what should happen. So I don't know, Barry or Kathleen.
But sorry, I'm going to jump in here, Sean, and this really maybe for discussion, but isn't that just like a fundamental question about how the zoning code works? And
yeah,
so
I'm curious about I'm curious from this perspective of designing a downtown space, are they responding to the way our zoning code works by saying, let's add a whole bunch of things to the list of what's okay? Or would what they really prefer, and I'd like to know this, is let's make a lot of things okay, or let's assume things are okay unless they're not okay. Because we have the tools in our zoning code to provide for that. We have performance permits, we have minor use permits, we have conditional use permits. We can create a system that says, if you perform to these and these and these standards, you can do it, without having to go through the hoops of lots of review. So I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious to know from the DTSM team, what is the better way for them to have the tools they need to curate their the 3 blocks of the promenade?
is there anyone from DTSM?
I'll give it a go, Chair.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Yeah, we're going to have, here's the thing, do we overregulate? You bet we do. I think, one of the things that we're looking at here with the expansion of the use chart is to make us more relevant for people's Saturday morning errands, right? If they're going to the farmer's market Saturday morning, they should be able to take their kid to the pediatrician or their dog to the vet, so to some degree, I think that you're right. I think what helps more, the clarification in what can be done and leaving no ambiguity in the uses is a good thing. I think where we really should drill down and explore is in the concept of the self-certification and to get those tenant improvements done quickly. If we want to expand diversity, equity, and inclusion, we need to reduce the barriers for people to get into business in downtown. And one of those is time, and we just suck it up. So the more that we can focus on those kinds of remedies, the more diverse we will already be. And by the way, it's interesting now as the tides have turned, our chair spoke about this a little bit, but the rents on the promenade have been reduced dramatically. It may be for a short period of time right now. Everybody has a different basis in their buildings, but we're seeing huge changes, and the biggest use are independent restaurateurs that want to come in. And so we see that along with music and entertainment as something that will really help us pivot. So I agree with you with CUPs. We did a great job with the IZO in March of last year, right after the pandemic hit. It has made a huge difference in tenant interest and leases being signed. You can't underestimate how important the predictability is in this work. So I don't know if
No, you are. Right. So, and are there places where you think we could do performance permits rather than minor use. I mean, it's a tool that has existed but may be underutilized, where it's very clear as long as you hit these, as long as you hit these parameters, you can do the thing that you're asking to be able to do.
Possibly, but this is beyond my expertise, so I would refer to David or even or Stephen on my team to answer that, if that's okay.
Okay, it might be something to talk about later. I would flag it. I don't want to slow down conversation. I would flag it to go with self-certification, because I think if you combine a performance permit with self-certification, you actually get essentially the carrot and the stick, because it's you're saying you're agreeing to do a thing, and you're in a box essentially. You got to do it the way that the permit says you can do it. My next question goes to along the lines of sort of what Commissioner Fresco was asking. Again, on the land use side, so David said in his comment, we talked about the DAs versus the DA kicking in at 30,000 square feet. So how many properties on the promenade are 30,000 square feet right now? How many on how many parcels could you go within the Bayside, within the historic area? Like how many buildings is that? A lot?
Well, I would just say, Sean, it's 30,000 is not the parcel size that triggers a DA. It's the building size.
Right. So how many buildings are that big?
So just as an example, if you remember at 3rd in Arizona, there's two buildings that are kind of bookends. One is the Van Tilburg building. The other one is across the street where the Foot Locker is currently located, and Lemonade.
Yeah.
So both of those buildings are like 29,995 square feet. And I remember that because 30,000 square feet was the threshold back in the 90s. And if they went over 30,000, it triggered a DR permit. But because they stayed under 30,000, they were approved through an administrative approval. So those two buildings are that. So that gives you a sense of what that looks like. Those are 30,000 square feet.
But how much more height could they get? I mean, I assume you're talking about lateral size, because those buildings are pretty much built to their height limit. Am I right?
They're 4 stories, so the current height limit is 60 feet. So they could go another couple of stories. But remember, those are also both single lot development, which is somewhat rare. So if you had a double lot, you would get to 30,000 really quickly, because a double lot's 15,000 square feet. So even a 2 or 3 story building would be over 30,000 square feet, which would again trigger a DA.
So this is a request for later. I would be very interested in seeing if we're going to talk about raising the threshold. I'd love to see kind of a distribution chart of what the projects are likely to be, so that we can we can have that conversation. My question goes to the extent to which we can, again, streamline the approvals. I think it has, where the Planning Commission, when we've been brought in, at least in my experience, a lot of our conversations have addressed historic resource issues, frontage on the promenade. We've had conversations about, length of linear glass, things like that. When we put all of the regulatory recommendations together, are we going to land in a space where we're essentially going to let these projects, as long as they don't encumber historic resource or impact a historic resource, that they're still going to go to ARB, they're still going to go to landmarks potentially, but by and large, we're going to streamline them out of the massing, planning commission type conversations and enable them to move faster? It's the land
that would be the idea
of my use question.
Yeah, and I think that gets to your earlier point of having, performance standards or design standards, so you can build a building over 30,000 square feet with something other than a DA, but you still have to meet the design standards for the promenade, which means you have to have, pedestrian oriented frontage. You have to hit all those marks. So
Right,
we wouldn't
and if,
by any means be abandoning those requirements.
and if it's a landmark building, you still got to check in with landmarks, and if it's a, ARB is going to have something to say about it, but
Yeah.
fundamentally, we're giving people more flexibility inside the building. We're giving people more flexibility about how they step inside the building, right?
Can you please focus on questions?
Okay. Well, no, I want to make sure, like, how much do you think you could reduce the time to approval if we accomplish this?
Well, going from a development agreement to an AA, administrative approval, that would be, yeah, I mean, a DA can take years,
right.
5 years or more. An administrative approval is less than a year, probably more like 6 to 8 months.
About the adaptive reuse. Imagine we have we have an existing building. We've decided that we're letting people do the shallower front, the shallower retail. We're giving them, they want to do something cool on the alley. They want to do something cool on the promenade side, but they need to chop up the interior and reorganize it. With these new rules, how quickly could they do that?
So that's just, you're talking about an existing building where they're just reconfiguring.
Yeah.
That's really just a plan check. So they would just have to go through the plan check process. That can take up to 6 months, or, depending on the complexity, maybe even longer. But it would be, much quicker than entitlement process that would go through the planning commission.
Okay. I'll have something to say in discussion, but thanks. That's great. Appreciate it.
Other comments other questions, Commissioner Raskin?
Thanks. Just first a question for staff. I'm curious if this is something that's going to be a plan approved by the city. What kind of environmental review is going on here, and are you coordinating with the Coastal Commission to potentially submit a CDP application?
So the kind of changes we're talking about immediately, like the ones that would go to council later this month, those are just minor changes to the use chart. So those don't require any kind of CEQA review or any kind of Coastal Commission review. That's the reason we have these in 2 buckets. So, we're doing those things quickly, the things we can do. The other things that are in the second group, like potentially increasing the FAR or other things like that, those would require a longer process, CEQA, perhaps Coastal, depending on what it is. So that's the exact reason why we've broken them up the way we have.
Thanks. And then just one question for the downtown folks. One of the points that was raised in the presentation was making the promenade into an experience that feels safe for everyone. And unfortunately, there have been some in our community who have really tried to criminalize homelessness. And this goes to Commissioner Lambert's point about creating an environment that's accessible to everyone and not just affluent, predominantly white people. And I'm curious if you could just speak a little bit more precisely about what you meant by making it a safe community for everyone.
To tackle that, I think one of the ways that we did it, implementing our Safety Ambassador program, it gave a sense, 2 things happened. One, it gave a sense that the individuals that were working with these homeless and individuals, that it wasn't the police or fire department, someone of authority, where they had more sense of someone trying to help them rather than someone trying to remove them. So I think that helped a lot, okay? And it really and also cut down utilizing vital services like the police and the fire department for what they really need. So I think that program that we've implemented, and it's only going to be implemented for 1 year, has been vital and been very successful to it. Yes, I agree. I think we need to look at how we deal with our homeless population in a way that we are much more humane and understand how we need to provide and direct them to those services. 2, I do agree that and we heard this during the study of the plan, that the 3rd Street Promenade really is the type of place where young people, we're not Rodeo Drive. We're 3 blocks that young people and community members would like to bring their families. I have a 14-year-old where I think he's at a stage where if I wanted to give him some time to himself with his friends, that 3-block area allows him, if they have resources, to be able to do it. So I really do believe that we need to have a discussion, and we plan to, with our businesses, to realize that re-engaging the community, the existing community during this period of time of COVID and when people aren't traveling that much, is really a positive focus for our community and for the businesses. So those are the 2 things that I'm very cognizant of, Commissioner Raskin.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Okay. Does anybody else have questions? Commissioner Fano Bernardi. And then Commissioner Reed, Vice Chair Reed.
Yeah, I have a question for anybody on the DTSM group, or Christopher, maybe he has some thoughts on this, which is, have you ever taken let's say a mall or an analogous structure that had 40% vacancy rate and brought it back? Is there any actual real live experience in doing that?
That is I answer a really good question. I think that the Promenade is a truly unique place. I've certainly worked in places that have had a 40% vacancy rate, but those have tended to be regional shopping malls, centers that are typically under single ownership. And so, and I'm working on one in San Rafael right now. I've worked in Palm Springs, many other places. And what's done there is, under that single ownership, we can tear down that big power center building or the cinema or whatever it is and put in housing, because that's the new market demand. And we can do all this on this site that we own. I think along the Promenade, it takes, because of the varied ownership, because of the fact that it's not a shopping mall. This is a street that is intrinsically woven into the heart of the community, the downtown. I think it takes concerted strategy from multiple angles. These moves with market attraction, these moves with zoning, these moves with land use that respond to changing times, and that when you can click and order anything from Amazon at any time, what is the experience? What are the things? What are the destinations that will attract people to be along this beloved street? So yes, short answer is I have worked in circumstances with large vacancy rates, not in such a unique situation like this, though. I think it's without precedent.
Okay. And if you think of those cases where you were successful in analogous situations, maybe not exactly the same, but analogous, how long did it take to turn it around, get to what I would call, pick a number, a normal vacancy rate of 10% or 5%, whatever is a normal vacancy rate in these types of commercial enterprises?
Well, I think every circumstance is different. It depends on the local economy and how deep the dip is, quote unquote. I think the places where it has been most successful to turn around more quickly have presented a united front between the public and private sectors, and they've worked concertedly to, quote, lift up the area. So I don't think there's a magic formula there either. I do believe this. I believe that if the current trends of, and if we're just measuring ourselves on vacancy and we're not measuring with respect to other things, I think if we don't make some interventions and changes, I think the promenade is going to continue in a direction that is not going to be very successful. I think we need to make some serious moves in all these areas that the plan does.
Right. So, and I'll answer these questions. So please, I'd like to hear your thoughts. And Kathleen, maybe you have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, Mario, actually the 3rd Street Promenade has had this exact same scenario in 1989. So, it takes, the promenade had a huge vacancy rate in 1989. And it took, $13 million of capital investment and a unified front. The trouble is right now is that we also have a worldwide pandemic and everybody's on their last nerve. And so property owners have to think differently. They have really not had to pursue new and interesting tenants for 20 years. And if they had a vacancy, it was easily filled. But the combination of the retail market changing and our pandemic, this is where we are. I see it as an opportunity that we have not had before. I'm excited about it because it is a reset. But we will need to give property owners incentives to make investments in their buildings. Most of the buildings, as I know Commissioner Fresco will concur, were built in the 50s and 60s. There were some that were done in the 80s, but many of them had very, very little infrastructure improvement, very little improvement at all in all these years because property owners didn't need to. They weren't incentivized to do that. So this is taking the approach that we give people something that will pencil for them. They'll invest the funds to make their buildings more accessible to a wider array of tenants. And we're hyper-focused on local. And what I mean is local serving, relevant to Saturday morning errands, regional, all of the things that kept us afloat during 9/11. We were more resilient than most retail districts because we had a very local base. So I don't know if that helps add anything, Commissioner, but I just thought
it does lead to my next question, which is, it seems that the 8 little called initiatives, whatever you want to call them, are checking all the boxes as they should, because no one knows what really is going to work and what's really going to work first, or what's going to have the greatest leverage. So we have to try them all. And we struggled this when, the Promenade 3.0 was being discussed a year and a half ago, whenever it was, which is there an overarching theme that unifies these 8 initiatives? And what is the tagline, if there is one?
The overarching theme is to embrace our authentic selves. Los Angeles, Santa Monica is an incredibly artistic and creative community. And you can walk down the 3rd Street Promenade today and not see that very clearly. And I think that if we really embrace it, we've done a lot of work with Art of Recovery, and we thank the city deeply for those funds during COVID. But you'll see more art on the promenade today than you were able to see even 2 years ago. There's been a lot of work on deregulating those kinds of uses so that they can be more fundamental to the experience as well. But opening up the opportunity for people to have live music and entertainment, all of those things that make us real, that's what's going to make us relevant. So when we're talking about a cultural center, we're not talking about something that's not Center Theater Group or the Dorothy Chandler, but something more like the Wiltern and things that are really emerging and something that locals will really love. That's the theme. That with great local food, farm to table, healthy living, all of those things that we already have, the skate and surf culture, all of those things we just need them to coalesce around a tenanting plan, which is extremely difficult. Have more fun.
So how much right now when we look
for people to have more fun?
So how much right now property owners are assessed as the money flows through the whole system? Is it sufficient to do what these 8 leverages and initiatives are going to cost? They're not free. They take some effort. They take some added input. Or can we do it with internal resources? Or is the city is going to have to put in the equivalent, the $11 million it put in 1989?
So just to be clear, the city didn't put $11 million in. That was assessment of private property owners at that time. And that's what Promenade 3.0 is. If you recall, it was $65 million, which when I used my inflation calculator, was roughly the same as the $13 million in 1989. So it's not that different. But obviously, property owners are not interested in putting in those funds right now. So this plan is meant to be a bridge between that and whatever we end up with a capital program. The huge bulk of our funds go to clean and safe operations in downtown Santa Monica, the ambassador program. We do quite a bit of work now on research and development to help brokers and property owners lease their spaces. There's arts, cultural events. We do our annual ice rink. Is it enough? It's never enough. But what we do need to do is get these spaces leased. We need to regain the 15% of the city's sales tax that we generate in 3 square blocks. But we do need the city to step up. You know, the city turned off all the fountains when COVID hit. And I understand there was a huge budget deficit. But if we had the fountains off in the promenade, you know, business is closed, and we can't have that. So downtown Santa Monica stepped up. We're using our funds to run the fountains. But at some point, hopefully things loosen a little bit, and the city will prioritize the revenue generating areas. Some of it we can do now. Some of it we'll have to raise the funds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Reese, or Vice Chair Reese.
Yeah. Okay. So that last conversation was good. It kind of tees up my questions. I think this is an important endeavor, and I appreciate that the landowners got together and put this plan together for their future. I see a somewhat of a concern, or I have a concern, and I see a conflict, which is we have this huge focus on building this housing, and this distracts from it a little bit. I do believe it's really important, and I think I've said at the last hearing that I kind of see this as a little bit of an economic engine for us, for our city, that helps us fund all these other programs that we've come to appreciate and expect in Santa Monica. So it's important that we nurture it, but at the same time, we have these other housing priorities. So I guess I'm questioning this to staff, is it really appropriate to focus the limited staff you have available on downtown housing? So I'd kind of like to hear, I know you alluded to that, David, in your presentation, but I heard a little more depth of discussion on that. And secondly, a lot of times in projects or in cities I've worked in, you've been able to hire a planner who is specific to that area. So was there ever a discussion of getting a planner that's paid for by downtown Santa Monica who is there for only downtown Santa Monica projects? And then I have one other question after.
Yeah, so I think that is part of the struggle, is that, you know, we are prioritizing housing. That's been council direction. You know, that's part of the reason some of the standards are in place. You know, it's very easy to build a housing project downtown. It's not easy to build a commercial project downtown in terms of the process. So, you know, those priorities are reflected in the current standards. But I think it's, you know, especially with COVID and, you know, the economic downturn that we've seen, you know, I think revitalizing the promenade is a top priority. You know, I won't speak for council. It's up to them whether housing is a higher priority, but in my mind, it goes hand in hand, because as you've said, you know, we cannot as a city provide the services that we have, you know, tried to provide over the years and people have come to expect if we don't have a healthy retail and commercial environment. And the promenade has been an engine for that over the last 20 years. So, is one more important than the other? Again, I'm not going to pick one, but I think they have to go hand in hand because we can't do the things we need to do if we don't have that. The other thing is just to think about the hundreds of units that are coming into the downtown, and I think it's important for those residents to have services, to have a place to go, to be able to walk down from their apartments and go to the promenade and enjoy restaurants and other uses. I think that's a very important part of a vital downtown, which is really what the DCP was all about. So I don't think we can have one and not the other. The other part of your question about would it be possible if DTSM or some other entity was able to fund a planner that we could hire that was specifically devoted to the promenade? I think we could certainly look into that. I don't see why we couldn't do that. I just that would be dependent on whether or not there was the funds to do that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see what the council looks at priorities, because if I agree with you, this should go hand in hand, but it might be beneficial and more cost or time effective for DTSM to step up on that situation. Obviously, it's an expense, and we'll have to work that through. So, but on that same line, I'm just trying to figure out ways we can help them. So, I'm looking at their last number 12 of the medium-term plan, which was authorize downtown Santa Monica to explore a private waste firm to do this waste work. And I don't quite understand why we can't work internally. That's something that we should be able to internalize that cost. Is there a reason that we can't just work with our waste management people to have a kinder, gentler, waste management program in downtown Santa Monica that works better for the property owners?
I would say no, there's no reason why we can't. It's something, the plan does prioritize is, working internally with Public Works and RRR, which is where that function lives, to not just address the physical constraints of having to provide trash enclosures, sometimes at the expense of other things, but also I think to look at the overall system for trash collection in the downtown. Right now with the demolition of parking structure 3, and we need to think about where is the central trash enclosure that serves some of those buildings that are currently served by the one in ES3. So that's just an example of where when we think about rebuilding that property, we have to also think about where that facility goes. And I think as new ones come online, maybe that is an opportunity to think of it differently and more creatively. And I know Kathleen over the years has talked about private haulers. You might have more detail to add to that, but I guess my answer to you is that there's no reason why we can't look into those things. It's just that it's an interdepartmental issue that we need to sit down, roll up our sleeves, and find a solution to.
Okay. Well, it just seems like that's an avenue where we could, without a ton of cost to the city or downtown Santa Monica, address some of their concerns. So hopefully we can consider that. I think I'm done with my questions right now.
Sean, do you have a short question?
I do. It's mostly because I don't want to make a recommendation without asking for people's opinion of it. But just listening to the conversations about how we actually get the folks onto the promenade who whatever we means, want, meaning more equity, more arts, more authenticity, more local. I'm wondering whether DTSM has ever considered partnering with a small business lender, perhaps one of the nonprofit ones, that could provide alternative financing, alternative credit scoring, but actually make it a partnership that would essentially give worthy applicants a leg up in this process so that they could be competitive for space. We've talked a lot about how the land use works, but what about that side of it, of actually equipping these businesses to succeed?
Thank you for the question. So we mentioned in the program, in the presentation, that we are doing a CART program that is focused on individual entrepreneurs and small makers. All of those services are part of that program, Commissioner. So we are absolutely looking at that. We think it is key for not only development of small businesses, but for businesses' long-term success. We're also looking at mentoring programs, some of our successful property owners working with individual businesses on moving into brick and mortar once they become established. All of that is absolutely part of our longer-term plan, led by our chair, Barry, who, as he mentioned, is really focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the whole board is right there with him.
That's great. It's not, we don't have those resources in the city, but there are such great organizations around the county that do this work. So I hope that you'll, particularly with women and with global majority entrepreneurs and with disabled and veterans, et cetera, et cetera. So I hope you'll find those partnerships so we can really build the equity into the process and help folks get started.
Yep, we're driven for that.
Okay, so here's what I'd like to do. I would like to, this is not something that we're going to be taking a vote on because it's a discussion item. However, it is something that I think everybody wants to provide potential feedback. And so what I'm going to suggest, and I'm certainly open to discussion on this, is that we basically go around the circle and people give their recommendations on the things that they would like to see different in the plan. If there are things that you feel like you need to call out that you think are amazing, you can do that. But otherwise, let's just assume that if you haven't commented on it, you're good with it. And if you want to agree with one of your fellow commissioners' comments, just say that, say I endorse that. Just understanding we've got 2 other pretty big items on the agenda. So just like to move it along. And so we can start alphabetically at the end of the alphabet, and I will start with Vice Chair Reese.
I think just taking a more active role in trying to deal with the waste management issues would be a recommendation I would make. And as a fallback, have a consideration to have a contract planner to help DTSM get through their permit processing. Would be 2 recommendations I would make. Other than that, I'm supportive of their plans.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I concur with Commissioner Reese. I think broadly speaking, we need to be highly cognizant of equity and affordability issues, and I think the points that Commissioner Lambert made earlier really need to be taken into account. I think we made a mistake by banning chain restaurants on the promenade. I think that we should revisit that, and I don't think that that's appropriate. I know I'm going to make a lot of enemies saying this. I am not prepared to support the proposal of eliminating the DA requirement right now. I am all for making it easier for people to build, especially housing in Santa Monica. I think that the DA program does provide important safeguards for ensuring that community benefits are provided when appropriate. All that being said, I really appreciated what Barry Snell said earlier about thinking holistically about how we're making the promenade a safe space, but I'm concerned that some community leaders in this city will continue to try to criminalize people who are experiencing homelessness and insecurity. And I certainly hope that it's not interpreted in any way that any of us here on the Planning Commission are supportive of proposals that would penalize those who are worse off in our community. And I'll end it there.
Thank you, Commissioner Raskin. Commissioner Landris.
Great. So I'll endorse what's been said before. I would add the following. I think the plan does need to much more explicitly lead with equity, and I want to highlight my small business alternative credit comment as well as workforce development. I think that's extremely important. That's what was kind of missing for me, was as part of the vision, be specific about the vision for the operators and the vision for how we're going to help them succeed, or how you're going to help them succeed. I think that I disagree. I think the fast food conversation is a red herring. And here's why. I was reading about some new noodle chain that was coming in that looked really delicious, and they decided to open up across a range, like an arc that goes from eastern Orange County to kind of eastern LA County to northeastern LA County, right? Nothing on the west side. And so the issue for me is we can limit it to 150 all we want, because I like the idea of getting these new emerging chains. I think that's really cool for the promenade. But if we're not competitive to get them, then what's the point of the limit, right? In other words, let's not miss the. I get where Commissioner Raskin's going, but so I would actually ask DTSM to think about how do we get, if we're going to have this limit in place, how are we going to get affordable, new, exciting, and inclusive operators, food operators onto the promenade, and how are we going to compete for the folks that are just going to eastern and east, southeast, northeast LA County right now, which like San Gabriel Valley is the foodie scene. We need that back. To be blunt, how are we going to be the foodie scene again? And then the third piece that I would really lead with is this economic resilience piece, which I know you were aiming for, but the regulatory, and I understand that the regulatory reform is necessary to accomplish that. This is a framing issue. I think we need to establish some principles around what we're streamlining and why. I don't think we need to eliminate DAs on the promenade. I think we need to do the research to find out what is the limit. Maybe the 30,000 square foot limit is not the right limit, but maybe it's 45, maybe it's 50, maybe it's 60. But we need the data to be able to come back and study that and make a data-driven decision rather than one that just sort of says, well, let's try doubling it. And then lastly, I really would like to see outcome-oriented goals. If we know how long I'd like to say, I'm going to make this up. Let's say it takes 377 days to get a business open on the promenade in Santa Monica. I'd like us to set a goal to drop that by 90% over 2 years. I'd like us to have some common goals that we can all name and work together to achieve so that we're all pulling in the same direction. So I think it would be very helpful. I know we don't have Tim Dodd anymore, but I think it would be very helpful to have some shared performance goals where we can actually look at them and hit them. And if we don't hit them, then we get back together and we find out why we didn't and figure out what we needed to do to reduce that processing time, without giving up our goals and values and parameters that we've established as a city. But other than that, I really support this moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Landris. Commissioner Lambert.
I just have a few things, and I will try not to be repetitive. This is repetitive, although it's the opposite position. I support any effort to get rid of development. I think they are the major barrier to housing production, commercial production in the city, and the Bonds project is an excellent example. So anything that furthers that goal, I support. I'm concerned with something Commissioner Reese raised, and that is if we prioritize and streamline promenade projects, what does that do to our housing agenda? Because the housing agenda, in my opinion, should be the #1 agenda that the city is facing right now, and staff should align accordingly. The other thing I wanted to bring up, I have become aware that the EDA has a lot of money for local governments involved in tourism. In fact, there's an RFP out right now for millions of dollars for cities that rely largely on tourism, as we do. So I would wonder if do we have a grant writing staff? Do we have economic development people who can actually apply for that? Is that already happening? That's something we should pursue. And then, I really hate to say this because I think I totally support what is being proposed for the promenade, but there just is an elitism about this, and I'm really uncomfortable with it. I really think that we have a lot of low-income people in this community and who will have a hard time actually no one goes to the promenade to get a McDonald's cheeseburger. I mean, you do that as a result of being there for something else. And I want them to be able to have the opportunity for affordable food, and I don't see that happening. I think that expecting smaller commercial spaces to be at rents that are affordable to startup businesses and startup restaurants is not realistic. And so I'm very concerned about that. And then how this all relates to the economic development of other parts of the city, like the Pico neighborhood, I'm hoping it does, but it'd be nice to see more connection with those economic development objectives in Pico and the promenade. So those are my points.
Thank you. Commissioner Fresco.
Overall, I found this plan exciting. One of the main reasons actually is because we were forced to drop the physical design components of 3.0 and just really focus on the nuts and bolts of what we need to do to make the promenade a better, more vibrant place. I'm always very concerned with authenticity, and so I really want to see us working on making things work better and working towards that excitement. And I'm concerned that too much new stuff just creates more new spaces that are difficult to fill. So this is really working in the right direction, in my opinion. I was especially excited about the incentives for affordable rents for commercial uses, but I was disappointed in the actual incentives that are offered because I don't think they're going to really get us where we want to go. Just to say, well, we want to keep the heights we have, but we're going to give this extra FAR or whatever it is. You know, when we do affordable housing and we want inclusionary housing that has affordable rents, it's a huge fiscal study and a negotiation and, oh my God, it's not working at all. We have to completely change it. So I don't really believe that these incentives are going to get us what we want. And I think things like tax credits and fee waivers and things like that are more immediate, particularly tax credits that are long-term, might be something else to look for that might help that. But I really don't think that these are the incentives to get there. Sorry, I have to look at my notes. Sometimes I also worry that this effort to incentivize new development, I know things need to be rebuilt. I love new buildings. Some of them are very pretty, but I feel that the authenticity of the promenade and its thin, almost broken historic context is very, very fragile. And so giving a building incentive that will increase height and give people more of an incentive to redevelop properties that might not even get us exactly what we want really puts the authenticity at risk. And when we did those studies for 3.0 back before we ran out of money, that idea of authenticity and that people really don't want to go to places that feel like Universal City and that are a fake commercial street. It's really, really important. And it's not just me and my usual historic preservation drumbeat. This is a real thing, and it has to do with the fact that this is really a street in our city that we closed for this new exciting purpose. And I think we need to always keep that as the foundation of where we're going, and I think it'll help a lot. And we got away from that by letting people plastic coat their facades and kind of take it away from what was Santa Monica. I'm really excited by the idea of incentivizing community-serving businesses, errands, Saturday morning errands, especially at the North End, where it's more adjacent to a big residential neighborhood. I think that is really, really important, and I hope that there are ways that we can bring that to fruition that might not just be zoning. I think that, in theory, some of those businesses are already allowed, but it's the cost. And so we have to really work on that for that reason also. I agree with Jim that it's impossible for the city to expedite and prioritize permits on the promenade right now when we have so many housing priorities. And it's just not realistic. We can put it on paper like it's been for historic landmarks for all these years, but it's just not realistic. Before we went broke, we were on the point of actually hiring a historic preservation planner who would be a specialist in that area, and that would have really helped that. And I see, in this plan, it even references efforts we've made in historic preservation as ways that could help the promenade. And when we came up with these ideas for historic preservation, we were looking at the incentives that the city was providing for housing. So basically, all of these things need the same energy in order to happen. And so I really think that looking at having a staff where everybody knows how to do everything, but that means that everybody is responsible for every big area at once is part of what makes things get really slow. And so I think that we really need to think about that and how we use the staff we have in order to prioritize things. Sorry, I'm just double checking to make sure I didn't forget anything. But in terms of the marketing and the events that were proposed and giving downtown Santa Monica the leeway to do a lot of different things and the maker events and the programs and the music, and I can't say enough about how great that is, and I think we should give them all the rope they need to do that kind of thing. And I think that's everything.
Thank you. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, well, it's hard to bat cleanup here because I agree with virtually everything that people have said. I would like to emphasize one point that's already been made, which is the idea that this plan is really a software plan. It's not about the hardware. It's not about the infrastructure. It's about the people and the events and the music and all that stuff. And the nice thing about hardware is that it's permanent, but the nice thing about the software is that it's very elastic and very responsive. And in an environment where people really don't know what the future holds, I think putting our money on elasticity and on quick turnarounds, whether they are permits or whether they are events that come and go and maybe are seasonal, maybe they appear just once every 10 years, there's a whole sort of buzz there that is people-oriented. And even though it's quite fragile, it's also relatively, in the overall scheme of things, not very expensive, which is where we are as a city today. It also does represent, in some ways, a pivot away from the well-heeled tourist and more toward the person with very local needs at whatever price point they are. So that's a big shift for our city. That's a big shift for the promenade, which was slowly getting very, very, very gentrified. And now we're reversing that. So I think that's also a good trend. So I think it's an excellent plan. I'm glad we're working on it. I'm glad it's moving forward. And I think they've done great work, all the participants that have been building this thing.
Thank you. I'm going to keep it brief. I largely agree with most everything people have said. I don't have an issue with changing the threshold with the development agreement. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think Jim's points about getting a dedicated planner that downtown Santa Monica pays for is a really good one, because I do think we need to prioritize the housing. And, you know, I understand that downtown Santa Monica has a lot of different things they need to pay for, so I understand that may be difficult. I love the idea of the local serving. I think equity is a big issue. Some of it probably is in the framing. I think that a lot of what the discussion about culture and authenticity and these things is really very much about keeping it local and having local businesses and having culture that is representative of the entire community, not just the well-heeled tourist. And so I think there's some of that could be reframed. I have a slight concern. I'm actually super excited about activating the alleys, but I do have a slight concern that if we're going to be creating more storefronts, are we creating more competition for storefronts that aren't filled, that are already not filled? So I love the idea of the alleys. I just kind of put that out there. So thank you everyone for your super thoughtful comments. I think this was really helpful. I think we provided some really good direction to everyone. Thank you to Downtown Santa Monica for all of their super hard work. It's been really great, and to our staff that has assisted them. It is now 8:39, 8:40. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break and that we reconvene at 8:45 p.m.
Chair Pastor?
Commissioner Raskin and then Commissioner Lambert.
Sorry, just a quick question about process for this. Are we collectively as a commission going to be submitting a letter to council summarizing our thoughts, or is staff going to memorialize our comments in some way? Just curious about next steps.
Yes, Commissioner Raskin. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, David.
We will include something in the City Council staff report that summarizes the missions.
Commissioner Lambert.
Yeah, I'm going to check out. I'm having some health issues, so I'm going to check out for the evening. So good luck, everyone.
Please take care of yourself, Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you. Thank you.
You feel better.
Okay.
Thank you.
In there.
See you all in 5.
Bye.
Mario, you're in a different room today. You don't get to see all your books.
You're doing a fine job, Elisa.
Oh, thank you. Let me keep it going.
Sorry, I had to eat my popsicle while we were talking.
Oh yeah, no, I'm eating my dinner right now. Okay, we're just waiting for Commissioner Landris, and we'll get started again. Give him 1 minute.
I'm here. I didn't realize I turned on the mic.
Okay, and we're back. It's 8:48. So let's move on to item 10B, which is discussion of potential direction regarding the EIR for the 6th cycle housing element. So as the draft EIR was released for public review on July 1st, 2021. So we're going to get a presentation from staff, and then we do not have any public callers or any public comment, but we will have commissioner comment and questions. So with that, I guess I am turning it over to Mr. Miesinger. First, I may have butchered your name, so I apologize.
Actually, and let me just introduce. Yeah, this is Rachel Clark, Environmental Planner with City Planning Division. I'm joined this evening, as you already introduced him, and Nick Miesinger from Wood LLC. He's part of our EIR consultant team for the housing element EIR. I just want to thank him and his team who have worked tirelessly in the last 10 months to produce an extraordinarily fast housing element EIR, all in the meanwhile while we were trying to produce the housing element. And so I want to thank him and his team for their hard work. As you mentioned, the housing element draft EIR was released on July 1st. We're still in the midst of the public comment period, which ends on August 16th. Tonight, Nick will be providing you a presentation that will go over the summary of the EIR process as well as the summary of the EIR's analysis. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nick.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Rachel. Appreciate those comments. And good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Realize that we still have another item that's related, but that may take some time. So I will do my best to run through these slides quickly. And first I will have to figure out how to advance them. There we go. Okay. So as Rachel mentioned, my name is Nick Miesinger. I am the project manager for Wood Environment Infrastructure Solutions, responsible for preparing the program EIR for the 6th cycle housing element. We have a long history of preparing CEQA compliant documentation for the city dating back to 2013. We've prepared the program EIR for the downtown community plan, and we've prepared a number of other CEQA compliant environmental impact reports for large-scale developments. I'm also responsible for managing our sub-consultant teams. Farron Piers is our traffic consultant. They're responsible for preparing the transportation study that informed the vehicle miles traveled analysis in the EIR. They have assisted in the development of the VMT thresholds, the development of the city's transportation demand forecast model, and they've contributed to numerous CEQA compliant documents for development in the city. HRG is the historic architectural team that prepared the analysis of historic architectural resources, and they recently prepared the citywide historic resources inventory update for the city. And then lastly, MRS Environmental, they are subject matter experts at air quality modeling and the human health risk assessment. So today I'm going to briefly touch on the purpose of CEQA. I know that you'll know that, so I will keep it brief. We'll touch on the housing element itself, again, in a very brief way, some of the key EIR assumptions and issues analyzed in the EIR, and then we'll spend the majority of our time focused on the summary of significant impacts identified in the EIR. And then lastly, we'll touch on the alternatives that were analyzed and the next steps for preparation of the final EIR and certification. So at its core, CEQA, as you know, is a disclosure law. It's intended to bring the consideration of physical environmental impacts to the forefront of the decision-making process. And the goal of CEQA compliant documentation is really to identify any potential significant environmental impacts and then to identify practical ways of avoiding or reducing those impacts through either mitigation measures or the development of alternatives that can still achieve some of the basic project objectives. And CEQA importantly provides a venue for regulatory agency and public input, particularly during the scoping process and during the draft EIR comment period, which we are in at the moment. And as we all know, the EIR is meant to be an informational document. It does not approve or deny the proposed housing element. It merely describes the environmental impacts associated with the implementation of the housing element update or any of its alternatives. So city staff has spent considerable time and with the public engaged in the development of the housing element update. So I will keep this very brief. But for those listening, since the late 1960s, state law has required that local governments, counties, and cities adopt a general plan. And that general plan has several key elements or subject areas that help to guide land use and planning decisions throughout the city. The housing element is one of the required elements of the general plan, and the State Department of Housing and Community Development requires that housing element is updated every 8 years to account for changing growth and employment trends in the local jurisdiction. And those changes are addressed through the regional housing needs allocation process that's administered by the local councils of government, the regional councils of government. So the Southern California Association of Government covers the city of Santa Monica, and they issue the RHNA for the city. As we all know, the state has been going through a extended housing crisis, and as a means of dealing with that housing crisis, in part, HCD has required that the regional councils of government make larger allocations than has been the case for the past cycles. So the city's regional housing needs allocation, the RHNA, is 8,895 units for the sixth cycle, and that will come into play on the next slide when we talk about the EIR assumption. So the EIR is a programmatic EIR in that it does not evaluate any individual project sites, or things of that nature. A suitable sites inventory has been prepared to look at adequately zoned sites and demonstrate that the city could accommodate new housing, but there's no guarantee as a result of the suitable sites inventory that any of those parcels would be developed in the future. So the project description looks at a high-level build-out throughout the planning horizon of 2030. And importantly, you'll see in the project description that the EIR looks at a range of new dwelling units from the RHNA of 8,895 all the way up to the approximately 11,000 units that accommodate the required buffer in the SSI. Importantly, the impact analysis, the quantitative impact analysis, looks at the larger number, the 11,000 dwelling units, to conservatively address potential impacts as a result of the implementation of the housing element update. The project description assumes the implementation and summarizes the programs that have been identified in the draft housing element update. And as that draft housing element goes through HCD and adjusted as necessary, those adjustments will be incorporated into the project description where needed. But given the programmatic nature of the analysis, none of those adjustments are anticipated to affect any of the impact analysis, which is, again, really based on the build out, the broad build out under the update. EIRs also require a thorough description of the existing environmental the existing environmental setting, which provides a baseline with which to describe the impact analysis. The lead agency, the city in this case, has some discretion choosing the timing for the existing setting. It generally occurs at when the notice of preparation was issued for the EIR, but it can vary based on unique circumstances of a project or a plan. And we've had some pretty unique circumstances over the last year and a half with the coronavirus pandemic. So you'll notice in the existing setting, the EIR considers normal pre-pandemic conditions. So it accounts for things like temporary dips in employment and population, which are expected to rebound as we come out of this. And then I guess just before we move on here, to emphasize, the programmatic environmental impact report does not assess individual residential developments at a project level. And then where necessary for quantification purposes, the EIR has considered different scenarios of development. And this intended to help with understanding the timing and the pace at which new dwelling units would be developed. So the air quality analysis, for example, looked at the past approved and constructed residential projects and looked at the average number of new dwelling units that were included in that development. It also considered the maximum sized project, so the maximum number of new dwelling units in a project. And then it looked at a more conceptual continuous development scenario where the development under the RHNA would be spread out entirely over the planning horizon, and it wouldn't have kind of peaks and troughs when it comes to development. And the impact analysis picked the most conservative of those scenarios to forecast the reasonably foreseeable worst case scenario when it came to criteria of pollutant emissions or greenhouse gas emissions. So as we all know, again, CEQA requires the analysis of a suite of roughly 20 environmental issue areas, which are listed in Appendix G of the CEQA guidelines. As a first step in the EIR process, we go through what is called a scoping process, which begins, again, with the issuance of a notice of preparation and a scoping meeting. And during that time, we collect comments from relevant regulatory agencies, interested members of the public on the scope of the EIR and what issues are of importance. Through that process, environmental issue areas with no potential for impacts described but ultimately dismissed from further analysis because there may be no nexus or no potential for impacts as a result of the implementation of the housing element. So things like agricultural, forestry resources, mineral resources, wildfire, you'll see that those are not on the list of issues analyzed. They are covered, they are addressed, but they were addressed through an initial study process, and that initial study is appended to the EIR as Appendix A. So here you see the list of environmental issue areas that were analyzed in detail in the EIR. So again, we'll spend most of our time talking about the significant environmental effects that were identified in the EIR, but I wanted to provide a little bit of context for folks with regard to the determination of significance. So CEQA, again, requires the identification and a focus on significant environmental effects of a proposed project or proposed planning document in this case. And it identifies that a significant impact is something that has a substantial adverse change to any of the physical conditions within the area affected by the project or again, the plan in this case. And in order to make this determination of significance, CEQA requires us to look at specific thresholds. Appendix G of the CEQA guidelines provides a set of screening questions that kind of serves as a foundation for the thresholds discussion. The CEQA guidelines also encourage lead agencies to look at quantitative thresholds that have been put forward and adopted by relevant regulatory agencies. So, for example, the air quality analysis looks at the regional mass daily emissions thresholds that have been adopted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District. When it comes to toxic air contaminants, the EIR looks at the California Air Resources Board, Air Quality and Land Use Handbook. And another example for the groundborne vibration assessment, the EIR looks at the Caltrans vibration damage threshold criteria. And then finally, CEQA encourages local jurisdictions to adopt their own thresholds in certain circumstances. So when it comes to the transportation analysis, we looked at the city's recently adopted VMT methods and thresholds. And we'll talk about that a little bit more when we summarize the transportation impacts. Lastly, I just wanted to touch on, given the programmatic nature of the EIR, some of the environmental issue areas are addressed quantitatively. So things like air quality, noise, transportation, the impacts are described in a quantitative way based on what we know about build out under the proposed housing element update. Other environmental issue areas such as land use planning, they're more qualitative in nature, so that impact analyses, again, follow a narrative qualitative-based format. So when significant impacts are identified, the lead agency has a couple options for addressing those. First is mitigation measures, which can be required and are intended to reduce impacts associated with a proposed project or plan. They must be feasible, they must have defined success criteria, monitoring requirements, and adaptive management where appropriate to ensure that the mitigation measure does in fact reduce impacts to a level that is less than significant. Additionally, another tool is alternatives. Alternatives can be developed in a way that revise the proposed project or plan in an effort to substantially avoid. So where impacts cannot be mitigated, there may be ways to revise a project or plan such that the impact can be avoided in entirety. For a development project, this can mean redesigning a project or looking at a different development site. And for a long-range plan such as this, it can mean changes in the caps on development, for example, looking at a reduced project. And then lastly, if in instances where mitigation measures are not adopted or they're not feasible, or in instances where none of the alternatives achieve the basic project objectives, or if there are other benefits that outweigh significant impacts that are identified in the EIR, then the lead agency can adopt findings of facts and statements of overriding considerations that clearly and transparently describe the benefits of the proposed project and why those benefits outweigh impacts associated with the proposed project. So with that, I will touch on the summary of significant impacts. And importantly, I will be going through the significant and unavoidable impacts that are identified in the EIR. There are a number of potentially significant impacts in the EIR where mitigation measures have been required that would actually reduce those impacts to levels that are less than significant. So here we stay at a high level and talk about the significant unavoidable impacts where mitigation measures could reduce the impact to some extent, but not to the extent that they would be considered less than significant when compared to the thresholds established in the EIR. So first and foremost, for air quality, we've identified significant impacts when it comes to both construction and operation. So again, I'll start with construction. Again, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but given the broad programmatic analysis and the fact that we don't have precise locations, sizes of development, or a real good understanding of construction timing for each of the developments under the housing element update, the potential overlap projects is unknown. The potential proximity of projects to sensitive receptors is unknown. So the impact analysis looks at this in a very broad way. Again, it considers average development scenarios, maximum development scenarios, and continuous scenarios. But given the level of residential development, it's conservatively found that these impacts would be significant and unavoidable. There are criteria of pollutant emission reduction measures that can be implemented and are required under the EIR. But again, these emissions reductions measures would not guarantee that impacts would be reduced to a less than significant level, because there could be instances where projects have significant overlap or where there are numerous large projects along one block.
You don't need to, sorry, you don't need to keep repeating the same thing. If you could just sort of like move us along with the impacts and the explanations, that's great.
Of course. So again, I'll breeze through the rest of the air quality impacts. The operational emissions also have been found to be significant, unavoidable. Part of this is due to the fact that CaliMod doesn't do a great job of identifying the relationship between housing, local housing, and regional housing. So it can, while the mobile emissions are captured, the stationary source operational emissions don't capture the fact that many of these new developments could be attracting residents that are already existing within the air basin, that they are coming to a location that is closer to their jobs in the city, for example. So it's a very conservative analysis, the operational analysis. I guess that's what I'm getting at. The localized significance threshold impact, very similar to the construction impact, except there's a focus on sensitive receptors here. And again, it's because we don't know much about the location, size, and construction timing. And many of these developments could be up against sensitive receptors. So again, there are criteria pollutant emissions reduction measures, but we're not sure that those could feasibly reduce to a less than significant level. When it comes to cultural resources, particularly historic architectural resources, the suitable sites inventory did consider and screen out city-designated landmarks, and the city does have existing policies with respect to demolition and alteration to structures that are 40 years or older. However, it's still conceivable that residential developments under the housing element update could affect, either directly or indirectly, properties that are considered historic for the purposes of CEQA. And while there are required mitigation measures in the EIR, for example, incentives for housing projects to encourage preservation, rehabilitation, restoration, or adaptive reuse, there's again no guarantee that impacts could be avoided. There is a mitigation in the EIR requiring a HABS documentation, Historic American Building Survey documentation, or any demolition or alteration of identified historic resources on the HRI. But again, there could be potential impacts. And then one last thing on noise, we'll touch on this a little bit more when we get to the noise issue area, but depending on the location of future development, if and the construction techniques involved if a residential development project is adjacent to a historic resource. While there are monitoring techniques that can be implemented, and there are certain circumstances where the city or the project applicant can compel that adjacent landowner to implement that mitigation. And for that reason, these impacts are found to be conservatively significant and unavoidable. And this is a similar impact that's been found for a number of, that's been identified in a number of EIRs for developments in the downtown. This isn't a all that uncommon scenario. So I won't repeat myself here for noise. When it comes to the construction operational noise, those noise levels, or those increases in noise, would be subject to the city's noise ordinance, and those have been found to be less than significant. But again, the ground-borne vibration is really the issue when it comes to noise, particularly the potential for the ground-borne vibration to impact historic structures that are, well, structures that are considered historic for the purposes of CEQA. With respect to public services, there are two identified significant unavoidable impacts. One with respect to fire protection services. So I just want to emphasize that this analysis was prepared in close coordination and with review from the Santa Monica Fire Department. The analysis really relies on community risk assessment that was prepared in 2020. And that community risk assessment basically identified that there are some constraints and exceedances when it comes to fire unit travel response times. And this is particularly true for instances that happen simultaneously and put stress on the fire department in terms of their response. So with the addition of residents within the city as a result of the new development under the housing element update, this issue could be exacerbated. And really the issues that lead to those response time constraints are identified below here under the explanation. But they have a lot to do with the zoning density, outdoor calls for services in difficult areas, and the clustering of fire stations. And the city, the Santa Monica Fire Department has gone some way in addressing those, reconstructing fire station number 1, establishing a community response unit, which I believe occurred in July of this year. And that unit's focused on the vulnerable parts of the population that account for approximately 20% of the calls. But the bottom line is that there's no assurances that a new fire station, for example, could be built. And so for that reason, while that's identified in the community needs assessment, given the fact that there's no guarantee that that could be done before the planning horizon, this impact has been found to be significant and unavoidable. Similarly, when it comes to schools, again, the increase in population could lead to a increase in student population within the city. Based on the growth estimates over the planning horizon, it could be up to approximately 200 students per year. There's an even growth rate. The school population, school enrollment has been relatively flat over the last couple of years, so there is some level of capacity, but as residential development projects are implemented, that enrollment ramps up very quickly. Typically, pursuant to Senate Bill 50, the payment of development fees, developer fees, generally accounts for mitigation when it comes to schools. However, given the fact that there is a cap on development fees and the existing bond measures and other sources of funding have been either spent or fully allocated. The school district has some significant concerns about whether there would be an ability to accommodate these students over the long term. There are temporary fixes like temporary classrooms, but longer term solutions like larger capital improvement projects, larger classrooms, redistricting, they're either financially very difficult or politically very difficult. And again, similar to fire services, there's no assurances that this measure could, or that this impact could be reduced to a less than significant level. And again, similar to the fire services analysis, this analysis was prepared in coordination with and reviewed by the Santa Monica Malibu Union School District, particularly Carrie Upton, the Chief Operations Officer, who was very helpful with enrollment data and provided some good feedback on some of the potential impacts. Lastly, under public services, the provision of parks and recreational facilities, the city is park rich in a way. There's over 370 acres of open space. Around 245 of those acres is basically the beach. So residential development under the proposed housing element update, it could increase the number of dwelling units in the inland areas of the city that are a little bit more park poor when compared to the coastal areas of the city that have access to the beach and the other coastal part, or the parks in the western part of the city. The EIR requires that the city go back and begin or reinitiate the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update as soon as funding permits, and that update will involve looking at policies that support the development of new parks in areas that they're needed. Additionally, the EIR requires that the city look at the Parks and Recreation Development Impact Fee to assure adequate financing for future park development. But again, similar to fire services, schools, there's no guarantee that new parks could be developed by the end of the planning horizon in 2030 and address the impact that's been identified in the EIR. So for that reason, it is also considered to be significant and unavoidable. With respect to utilities, the main issue is the water self-sufficiency policy. The analysis addresses the urban water management plan projections for water supply and water demand, and that urban water management plan update accounted for the growth in the sixth cycle housing element update. But that plan identified that there are issues with respect to the city's ability to achieve its goal of water self-sufficiency. With the additional population under the proposed housing element update, the city could still provide water, but this would rely on imported water and could delay or inhibit the achievement of self-sufficiency by 2023, particularly if no new water conservation measures.
Okay, so how many more slides do you have here?
And
the level, I think your level of detail is a little bit too into the weeds. We're trying to inform the public process about what the significant impacts are here. So can you get it at a little bit of a higher level?
Yep, we have one more significant impact slide and then alternatives, and we're out.
Yeah, let's keep it at the high level, because the public doesn't, necessarily understand all of the technical terms and so we're getting really into the weeds here.
Got it. Okay. With respect to transportation, I guess what I will say here is that the housing, one of the primary intents of the housing element update is to help address the jobs housing imbalance. So when it comes to vehicle miles traveled, the EIR finds that the housing element update would reduce vehicle miles traveled, but it would not reduce vehicle miles traveled to the extent that it would achieve a reduction below the city's VMT thresholds. So for that reason, while there would be a reduction, it's not to the extent that it's required to get below a less than significant impact. There are mitigation measures identified in the EIR. Again, there's a transportation demand management program that requires the city to look at potential programmatic TDM activities. There's a mitigation measure requiring a review of the transportation impact fee, and there's a mitigation measure to investigate larger regional improvements to bus transit connections, for example, or the Metro Purple Line. But again, these projects or these improvements haven't been conceptually designed, so they cannot guarantee sufficient mitigation. So really quickly on alternatives, 3 alternatives were considered in the EIR. There's the no project alternative, which is required by the CEQA guidelines. Essentially, that is an alternative that looks at growth under existing plans and policies. There's also a transit-oriented alternative that focuses on development around the light rail transit stations. This alternative is aimed at reducing VMT, but as has been discussed by city staff and the commission, it wouldn't meet the affirmative fair housing goals to the extent that the proposed housing element does. And then lastly, there's the quantified objective alternative, which city staff and commissions and you commissioners have spoken about at length. Essentially, this is a reduced project alternative that considers what could be reasonably accommodated. And really what this boils down to is funding sources for affordable housing that puts some level of constraint on residential development projects in the city. The EIR CEQA requires an EIR identify an environmentally superior alternative or discuss an environmentally superior alternative that consider both the extent to which the alternatives reduce or avoid the impacts, but also meet the basic project objectives. And I guess the take-home message here is that one of the primary things that was considered in the environmentally superior alternative discussion was the ability for the housing element update to meet the city's state mandated arena, because there can be significant repercussions if HCD finds that the housing element is out of compliance with state general plan law. So I guess where I will go next is next steps. We are toward the end of the 45-day public comment period for the draft EIR, which ends on August 16th. After the 45-day comment period closes, we'll prepare a response to comments and a strikeout underline version of the final EIR with any required revisions or clarifications. And then we will move forward with final EIR certifications and approvals. So just for anyone listening who has interest and would like to submit a written comment, again, they are due by 5:30 p.m. on August 16th, and the contact information is provided on this slide. So with that, I apologize for the length, but I will pass it back to the chair.
Thank you. And let's leave that slide up. That's an important slide so everyone understands. And I'm not trying to cut off the discourse, and I want the public to be clear about what's going on. I just want to at sort of a discussion level that's not so technical that people are having a hard time So can you, I'm going to ask this question. So will the final EIR be released, and will the EIR be certified prior to the final submission of the housing element to HCD?
Rachel, you may be best to talk about the specific sequencing, but the main take-home chair is that it will be certified within the required time frame.
Yes, it will be presented to the Planning Commission at the same time as the draft housing element, with the revisions, of course, from HCD.
And so members of the public, for those of you who do wish to, because we don't have any oral comments tonight, that you can submit your written comments by 5:30 p.m. on August 16th to Rachel. This is a really good note here to really focus your comments on the technical sufficiency of the draft EIR. You can also make comments on the housing element and other things, but if you're not on the EIR itself or the physical environmental impacts, that's not necessarily a comment for the EIR, but that is a comment to staff about the housing element itself. Okay, so I know we have commissioners who want to give some input, and I'm going to start with Commissioner Raskin because I know he has something, and it's going to be informed and interesting.
Are we not doing questions?
Yeah, so sorry, let's start with questions and then we'll go to questions.
So should I start off the questioning here, or
yes, please. If you have questions, yes, please do.
Yeah, I do, and thank you for the detailed presentation. Just first and foremost, I'd like to hear in a little bit more detail the basis on which you made the determination that there would not be any significant population and housing impacts.
In what sense? In terms of the analysis provided in the EIR, we look at consistency with policy and the provision of new housing. Is there a particular angle on the population and housing that you'd like to explore further?
And forgive me, that was a little bit of a loaded question, and
Ellis, maybe you could refer to which impact area in particular or screening question you're referring to. Maybe that could focus your question a little bit.
Yeah, let me that's the right spot. This is section 3.9 of the EIR, population, housing, and employment. And I submitted a letter during the screening process about this, but there's the conclusion that the implementation of or the disclosure that the implementation of the housing elements would not displace substantial numbers of existing housing or people. Therefore, the impact is less than significant. There's I for one am concerned that creating new housing and upzoning will lead to gentrification and the potential for displacement. And so I was hoping that you could speak in a little bit more detail as to what substantial evidence you used to reach that specific conclusion.
So, Rachel, perhaps you could talk a little bit about the development of the SSI, or excuse me, the SSI. But
let me.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I'll jump in and you can supplement as needed. So we did look at that extensively, Commissioner Raskin, and we took into account a lot of things. First off, when we developed the suitable sites inventory, as you know, when we went through that process, all of the sites that were, kind of filtered out as the first round of suitable sites were residential sites. And so you'll see that almost all of the sites, I would say 99% of the sites that are on the SSI that we've identified as high residential potential are commercial sites. The ones that aren't are ones that have already been processed or approved. And so that's one. Number two, the housing element does include a suite of programs to protect existing housing as well as prevent the displacement of existing residents, including, programs 3A, which, talks about the restricting the removal existing rental units, basically continuing SB 330 protections. There's also other programs that are listed in the housing element. So that's 2. And number 3, most of the, we aren't changing any of the existing zoning standards in the multifamily districts. And so we're not making it, in terms of the housing element, we're not making it any easier or we're not facilitating the displacement of existing residential units because we aren't really touching the multifamily unit zoning. So there's the discussion of it is all in the EIR. We also provided a map overlaying the potential gentrification risk of the city and overlapped it with our SSI to see if there was a significant concern, and we didn't find any, and that's how we came to the less than significant impact.
Yeah, I appreciate that detail. You referenced some of the protection measures that are baked into the housing element itself as policies, and I'm curious if you gave any thought as to including some of those as enforceable mitigation measures that would be as part of an MMRP.
Well, they wouldn't need to be in the MMRP because they are already part of the project, and so they're baked into the housing element. So,
yeah, fair enough. Okay, that was really my key question. I'll defer to the other commissioners here, but thank you, Chair Vassar, for giving me the opportunity to raise that first.
Yeah, no problem, Ellis. Thank you. And I think, and maybe this is a Heidi thing. I mean, it seems to me like really we should actually be doing more commenting. And to the extent there are some questions, but typically the comments would be responded to in a final EIR. So Heidi, I want to make sure we're not running afoul of something we should be.
Sure. So, right. So, couple things. The first one is, as you all know, the City Council will actually be responsible for certifying the EIR and adopting any sort of statement of overriding considerations that would be necessary as a prerequisite to actually adopting the final housing element. So this commission, when the final EIR is published and returns to you, would only be returning to you for a recommendation to the City Council. So that's just kind of broadly procedurally how this commission fits into the process. Your agenda item this evening is drafted in such a way that if you so choose, the commission may direct the chair to submit a comment letter during the comment period, which would then become part of the administrative record and the final EIR, and staff would be responding to it like it would respond to other comment letters that come in. So that is something that you could do this evening if you wanted to. You may also just simply submit comments for staff to consider. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, Heidi, but are you saying that these oral comments that we make tonight will not be considered comments to the EIR, draft EIR, that will be responded to in the final EIR?
Well, I think you could do it a couple ways. I think, and Rachel can speak to how she would prefer to do it. I don't know that there's a required way for you to achieve it. I think we wrote the agenda item in such a way that if you chose to do it, we wanted to make sure you had that option. But staff can respond to comments from the Planning Commission that you provide this evening.
Right.
Yeah, I would like to add. Go ahead, Rachel.
Sorry, we're looking for, if you have general comments, we're not, I think what Heidi is saying, what we're saying is that we're not looking for specific red line text changes line by line of the EIR, but if there are general concerns about the adequacy of the analysis, if we think we're missing something, we're certainly taking notes and we'll put that into consideration. Of course, any kind of finalized language will be put into the final EIR as red line strikeout.
Yeah, so I'm going to advocate for, and will ask my fellow commissioners if they agree, that actually that the comments that we provide tonight be considered comments to the EIR that get recorded and then responded to in the final EIR. Okay, other questions? Commissioner Landros.
Okay, there I'm not muted. All right. Thank you for your presentation. I'm a little bit. I'll just be upfront, and I have a specific place that I want to go with this, but I want to be upfront and frame my question as follows. Mr. Meisinger, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
Yes. When you presented the significant impacts, my understanding, and I would like to verify this with staff before I keep going, is that these are significant but unavoidable impacts that do not prevent the city from adopting a compliant housing element. I respect that you were raising them as significant impacts, but some of the framing, and so I really want to make sure that staff can say this for the record, some of the framing suggested that, oh my goodness, we can't do this because, and I recognize that Commissioner Raskin is asking a different question about relationships between pieces of a housing element, but the state expects of the city of Santa Monica that we will produce a housing element. Therefore, in an EIR, these are not reasons to not do the housing element. These are things that will happen unavoidably in our process of fulfilling the state laws. Is that correct?
So Rachel, maybe I'll start and then you can provide the on the record, but that is correct. These are significant and unavoidable impacts that would occur as a result of implementation of the proposed housing element update. And they are also conservatively identified for a number of reasons, as we described, related to air quality, for example. Okay. There are ways to deal with that through the implementation of mitigation, looking at alternatives, but the city has the option to prepare a statement of overriding considerations that says that this is a state-mandated housing element update in order to be in order to achieve the RENA and be consistent with with the state general plan law, that they will still adopt the proposed housing element update because the benefits of that outweigh the significant unavoidable impacts that would occur as a result.
And I'll just add, just in a short statement, I mean, as Nick said, nothing in the EIR will preclude adoption of the housing element. It does not deny or approve the housing element. It is merely an informational document. Nothing in the EIR precludes the commission or council from adopting a state compliant housing element.
Okay, thank you. So now my next question, I'd like you, Mr. Meisinger, to review. You said something, and I think some of us may have had an interesting reaction when you were reviewing the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District and educational impacts, and you provided enrollment estimates and you provided an impact. You stated that the district had communicated concern to you. Is that accurate, or did the district communicate enrollment figures? Are you telling us that the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District has communicated a policy position of concern related to the City of Santa Monica housing element?
They have very specifically and narrowly focused on the short-term, mid-term, and long-term options for dealing with increases in enrollment. And they have expressed that developer fees cannot constitute mitigation here because that would not fund the long-term improvements needed to accommodate the potential increases in enrollment.
Okay, but they did not, no official of the school district communicated a position of concern related to the city's adoption of its housing element. They communicated,
No,
is that correct?
That's correct. Again, this is
Thank you.
To
Thank
emphasize
you very much.
Rachel's.
Thank you. It's important that we are a city that has multiple jurisdictional partners, and I think it's very important in our public communication that we convey the facts that are conveyed by our various jurisdictional partners, whether Santa Monica College or the school district or the water district or the county or anybody else. But I really wanted to make sure, for the record, you said they were concerned, and that was not consistent with the communication pattern between the school district and the city, and I wanted to verify what I had heard.
Yeah, I want to also clarify that. So we've had ongoing conversations with the school district. They are in support of housing. They, of course, have recognized that housing is a priority, particularly for their teachers and their staff. So that is why they're in the housing element. They have provided a letter stating their intent on potentially developing one of their sites as housing for their staff, and so they have been generally in support of the housing element and increased housing. Their concern relates to increased enrollment from new residential.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification. Elisa, you're muted.
Okay, thank you. Do others have questions? Jim or Mario?
So thank you for that presentation. And I know we live in a brave new world where it's very hard to guess what the future is going to bring. But we do have, first of all, let me say I like how conservative the approach is, which I think is good. That narrows the risk. But we do have some things we know are going to happen. And I'll choose just one metric, which is water consumption. We are going to be, in the next 5 years, doubling our water rates. They're going to go up at 17% a year for the next 5 years. That's city policy. Has that, for instance, which is a known thing, been factored into your water analysis? How will that impact the use of water? Probably less, but how much less? And could we get to self-sufficiency in the spite of the build-out that the housing element would create if we had the advantage of increasing water fees?
It's been considered to the same extent that it's been considered in the development of the urban water management plan. There are projections made in that plan with respect to supply, and also projections made with respect to demand, and those do account for to some extent the issues that you're talking about. But still, the urban water management plan has found that there with this projected increase in population, there would still be a reliance upon imported water for a extended period of time.
I see. And they've given you some numbers of what that reliance would be? The number of...
Yes, it's quantified in detail in the utilities section of the EIR. So it's projected with rates and forecasts that relate back to the population projections.
I see. But for example, in your population projections, you actually ran them out beyond, or maybe the water district did, ran them out beyond 2030, and they got up to 2040, but they projected no population increase in those last 10 years for some reason. Is that a typo, or was there some thinking there that we're not seeing? They projected increase in water use, but no increase in population.
Right. That's a little bit beyond the scope of the EIR. The EIR considers the planning horizon of 2030. So we look at that 8-year period that would be applicable to the 6-cycle housing element update. So when it comes to the population projections, I'm sure we could explore that a little bit more in the urban water management plan, but I do not have that answer for you off the top of my head.
Okay. So another area where we know things are happening, we don't know how deep they're going to go, but they are definitely happening, which is in the air quality side. with all the commuting that we're going to be facing, that will be slightly offset by the use of electric cars. And has that been a mitigation that's been factored into your air quality? And I'll throw in another one into the mix, which is the decreasing use of natural gas, whether to heat water, cook, or to, basically for like decorative uses in your fireplace and all that. We're moving away from natural gas. Question is, how fast are we moving away, and does that help mitigate the possible increase in pollution caused by another 18,000 people? Again, are those figured in, or are they just that's uncertain, and we're not going to count on it? We're not even looking at it.
The CaliMod analysis for air quality does consider fuel efficiency factors. The analysis looks, or when it comes to construction emissions, for example, we look at the year 2022 because that's the most conservative way to think about construction emissions from heavy equipment. But going out in time, you're right. A project constructed in 2030 may have more efficient heavy equipment, and same goes for passenger vehicles. Those fuel efficiency metrics are factored into emissions that are projected out over time. When it comes to operational emissions related to natural gas or electricity, those issues and those changes in the mix of power, those are discussed at length in the energy section of the EIR, and they are accounted for. The city's policies around that in particular are accounted for and described in detail.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have anything else, Mario, or?
No, that's it for now.
Okay. Jim or Nina, do either of you have questions? Jim.
I was saying I do not, sorry.
I think you can take down the share screen. Thank you so much for having that up. I don't actually have any questions. I'm going to share mine as and so unless anyone feels like there are some discussion items we really need to have, I guess my suggestion would be we do what we sort of did last time, which is that we sort of just go around, and if folks have comments that they want staff to take into consideration, let's just go ahead and share those. So let's start at the other end this time, and we can start with Commissioner Fresco. And Nick, you're welcome to stay on screen, but you don't have to. So if you want to shut off your camera, you're certainly welcome.
Okay.
I don't really have any specific questions that I would like staff to research.
Okay, or do you have any comments you'd like to share about the EIR? The draft EIR?
Just my general terror that there are so many major impacts that we just have to accept in order to make this housing element a reality. Mostly terror.
Thank you. Commissioner Bernardi.
I would second that comment from Nina, because we are building a runaway train here, and we know it's going to speed up, and we know it's going to get worse. And we don't have a sense for where the brakes are, or even who's going to apply them. And yet somebody else is pushing the train faster and faster. So, and we're just bouncing along for the ride. Just the discussion we were having that Commissioner Wanders initiated regarding the school district. We know the population of the school district has been declining, and absent more multifamily units, which in the housing element there is no guarantee. In fact, it almost guarantees against multifamily units because of the tremendous number of units that have to be produced and produced profitably. And we know that the school district has a decreasing population, and that means that all the other metrics that go with that are going to be totally stressed out. So this is not a happy thing that we're stuck with something we have to endorse. Essentially, we're building a car without brakes. And now they're saying, well, not only can't you have brakes, but don't even think about the brakes because you're not going to have the brakes. So it's a little scary for everybody, I think.
Thank you. Let's see, Commissioner Landreth.
Yeah, I actually do have one specific suggestion that I'd like to make, and I've been in touch with staff. So I don't know, Rachel, would you be able to put that proposed language up on screen? Or
Sure.
Roxanne? Thanks.
Can you give me 1 minute while I pull that up?
Yeah, I'll give you the context. I'll give everyone the context while you're pulling it up. So when I was reading through the parks conversation, what to me that it is city policy that we are planning to convert the airport after its closure to a great park. That date, January 1st, 2029, is outside of the sixth cycle. However, it is also city policy to begin planning for that park and to make decisions, design, and financing decisions during the period of the sixth cycle that are basically irrevocable. And so staff advised, I don't know if we can make that a little bit bigger, but I was asking staff how we could express that. So if we can zoom in, you'll see it in a minute. I'll read it aloud. I'm proposing a PS3 mitigation measure that parallels a mitigation measure that is in the transportation section related to potential bus lines and bike paths that don't exist and might take longer to prepare. Specifically, Great Park at the Santa Monica Airport. The city shall continue to investigate the potential for establishing a great park at the Santa Monica Airport after its closure on December 31st, 2028, pursuant to city policy established, and I didn't have the date when I wrote this, we'll have to find the date. The city shall consider making financing and design commitments during the sixth cycle that would enable the prompt expansion of park space on the site, at the site, as well as the establishment of bike lane infrastructure and high-frequency transit service to connect the expanded park with other neighborhoods across the city. So it would be clear that this park is intended to be responsive to the new housing, among other things, to the new housing that we expect to emerge during the sixth cycle. So my request would be that staff consider adding that mitigation to the EIR.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, no, I did appreciate the attention to sustainable forms of transportation, bike lanes, bus transit lines, and I hope that will continue to be strengthened as the document evolves.
Thank you. I do want to announce, before we go on to Alice, I want to make two announcements. One is that the PowerPoint presentation that Mr. Meisinger just presented is now attached to the online agenda packet. In case anybody in the public wants to look at it, either now or later. And also, I apologize for not making this announcement earlier, but apparently there has been an issue with our live stream tonight, and so they're trying to work on it. It hasn't been resolved. And so really the only way you can listen to this is via Blue Jean. Commissioner Rask, you are next.
Thanks. Yeah, I like Commissioner Landers' suggested mitigation measure. I think if we are going to have it as a mitigation measure, we should take out the words that said something along the lines of shall consider or something like that. There's a concept in CEQA that you can't defer mitigation to the future, and you can't defer actions that are tied to reducing specific environmental impacts. So I would just I would urge the consideration of removing the words to consider.
Agree.
Yeah. I continue to be concerned about impacts related to gentrification, and I really appreciate the work that everyone on the EIR team has done to disclose as much as possible. And I work with the EIR teams to get these things cranked out. I don't know how you're doing it at the speed you are. It's really incredible. and I commend the efforts. I think that we need to. I think we do need to think about other enforceable mitigation measures in NMRP that could really achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve as part of this housing element. Legally speaking, I know that it's already an enforceable part of our housing element, but I think that there is a benefit to adding in an extra layer of that in an enforceable MMRP. Something to consider moving forward. I'll just say that I echo the concerns raised by Commissioner Fresco and Commissioner Compagno-Bernardi about the real gravity of water consumption, and we all need to be cognizant as a city government moving forward about how we can continue to strive to live up to our goals of achieving sustainability. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner Meskin. Vice Chair Reese.
I don't think I have anything to add to this discussion right now.
I have got a couple of very specific comments that I'm just going to run to quickly. I have to say, when I was looking at the objectives, I'm wondering if there is a slight, I don't know, they seem like there's like a little bit of a disconnect between locating housing close to services and sort of equity and the affordable housing program. I mean, I think this is something that we've talked about, which is like there's this a little bit of a disconnect of like, well, if we're concentrating housing only in certain areas, are we achieving equity? And so when I was looking at the objective, I kind of identified that, so you may kind of want to look at the objective. I want to make sure that it seemed to me like some of the air quality mitigation measures were repetitive of things that are already required by CARB. And so to the extent that I think there are things that there are regulatory measures, I think those should just be called out, and let's just make sure that everything we're doing is consistent with what CARB is requiring. I'd like you to look at again and explain the rationale for there's some the measures that relate to residential within proximity of the freeway, and the numbers in terms of distance are much bigger than what I'm typically used to seeing, which is 500 feet. And so I think that the EIR could have a little bit, draft EIR could have a little bit more explanation about why those numbers were chosen, and to really look at whether those are the appropriate numbers. I had some concerns about the way the mitigation measure is written for the treatment plan for tribal, so this is under CR2. This mitigation measure is not clear to me what the trigger for a treatment plan is. And if the trigger is really just that the tribes have essentially unilateral authority to say that someone needs to do a treatment plan, I think that is of concern to me. And so I want to make sure that in that mitigation measure that there is substantial evidence that is essentially presented to the city, and that the requirement to do a treatment plan is a joint decision by the city and the tribe. Because otherwise I think that you are placing a very heavy burden potentially on projects that doesn't need to be there. And the same thing for requiring a monitor. Again, there's absolutely times that it is necessary and appropriate to have a tribal monitor, but we need to make sure that the trigger for that is very clear and it's based on substantial evidence. I'm a little worried about the 350-foot vibration survey requirement. I just, again, want to make sure that that's based on evidence that we have that that is the distance from historic properties. And I don't know, Nina, if you know anything about this, but that's the distance from historic properties where buildings start to get damaged. So I just asked that we look at that again. I sent an email. There's like a little nit on PS5 in the chart. I think the residual impact should be significant and unavoidable. And then I think one of the mitigation measures is that we're looking at a public infrastructure financing program. And my question is that really a feasible mitigation measure? And so I think that's something I'd like to see a little bit of response to. I echo Commissioner Raskin's praise of staff and for getting this EIR together in a short time period. I think you've really done a good job, and as a disclosure document, it really, I think, gets us there. And so thank you for doing that, and thank you for working so hard on that. Okay, so where does that leave us? That leaves us at, unless there's anything else, I suggest we move on to 10C. Okay, great. 10C. So this is update discussion on housing element update, including but not limited to comment letters received by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, project updates, and upcoming milestones. Once again, we have no callers for this item. Do we have a staff report, or is this simply kind of our normal, if people want to talk about things related to the housing element, they can do so? I think it's that, as Sean is nodding his head. Okay, so does anybody have anything? Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I was just going to ask staff. I mean, so the council approved draft went in on July 1. It's now August 4th, and we're supposed to start talking on August 18th about concepts. But do we know what concepts we need to start getting ready to talk about? Do we think we might be hearing from HCD? Like, what can you tell us?
What happened?
Like, what's going on?
Roxanne, I can take this on. So as you know, it has been submitted to HCD. They have been in contact with staff. Looks like they were supposed to provide some initial feedback sometime this week or next week. So we'll get to a little bit more feedback in a sense of where their review is going, hopefully by next week or the week after. In terms of August 18th, it will be at the draft red line. It won't be actual red line changes to the zoning ordinance or the DCP, but we'll be providing is basically concepts of the red line changes that will occur. For example, we'll present to you a table that shows the sections of the BAP or the loose and the DCP that will be amended, as well as for the zoning ordinance. And we'll be asking Commission for basically direction on the specific red line changes that should be included as part of the implementation of the housing element.
And so, Rachel, in the letters to HCD, as well as communications that we have received over the however many months, there have been a number of sort of very concrete suggestions. And if we are interested in asking staff to include some of those concrete suggestions in the red lines, is the 18th the appropriate time for us to bring those up?
Yes.
Okay. And also, it's the appropriate time for the public to bring them up. So, for instance, it sounds like Jim received the same email that I did from Hank Koenig regarding some very specific development standards.
Correct.
It would be a good time for Hank, for instance, to write to staff and say, these are changes he's recommending.
Yes, that would be the August 18th meeting.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions, thoughts, comments on the housing element that they'd like to share?
I guess I think it would be helpful if I may, when we, I mean, at some point we're going to start to see two things. We're going to start to see the feedback that HCD is giving Santa Monica individually, and we're going to start to see patterns in the feedback that HCD is giving to other similar cities around the state that share characteristics with Santa Monica. So I guess I'll make this request now. I mean, I think it would be helpful for us to, whether it's in a staff presentation or if staff can direct us and the public to places where we can learn more, for us to be given the opportunity to see HCD's communications with other jurisdictions, so that we can understand, what the context is that we're operating in.
Sure. I mean, we can pull together some of the HCD letters that we've been seeing from other regions, but in terms of the SCAG region, not a lot of cities have actually submitted their housing element yet to HCD. Sandag, the San Diego region, is, I think, a few months ahead of us. We do have some example letters that we could pull from, and so for similar cities, so we can certainly do that. But for the SCAG region, it's really kind of limited because apparently we're fairly ahead of the game as compared to other cities.
Great. I mean, I think it would just be helpful for them to be from similar, like cities that staff feels are similar enough to Santa Monica that we should really be familiar with those responses rather than just the range of all possible answers. Thanks.
And Rachel, to Sean's question, so are the response letters from HCD posted on their website? So if someone wanted to go look at the HCD Housing Element website, they may find the responses that HCD has already made.
Generally speaking, yes, for the 6th cycle.
Thank you.
They're available online, and we can try to pull together all of them in one place.
Yeah, that would be helpful. I mean, I'm much more concerned about you guys spending your time on our housing element, honestly. So,
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of letters out there. We've seen some from Sandag and Sacramento, but I mean, we've used those letters as the basis for combing through our housing element to make sure it has been complete. So we were looking at those to make sure we checked off all of the HCD's concerns.
Okay. So if there's nothing else, I'll just again reiterate how wonderful our staff is and how hard they're working, and we really appreciate everything you're doing to get this housing element done. We recognize, even when I'm cranky, I recognize how hard. Okay, moving on to item 11, written communication. I'm going to acknowledge that we received one letter that has been posted to the agenda for this item, and that is the public correspondence from Todd Allen. So I think that's all there is to say on that item. Number 12, public input. We have 0 callers. And so I want to thank everyone for their patience with me tonight and for your assistance. And with that, I will adjourn. It is 10:10 p.m. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you, Chair.
Santa Monica.